Hey, welcome back to the Paranormal Chop Shop. Joined with co-host Chad Smith. We got Spooky, and tonight we're joined by Jojo Bone, y'all. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah. The day we've all been waiting for.
I'm glad to be here, guys. Thanks a lot for inviting me in.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming with us.
Man. So how's it going tonight, guys?
So far, so good, man. Got my coffee and water and energy drinks. I should be ready to rock and roll now.
I just ate way too much, and I got a glass of red wine here.
Oh, ate way too much?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm still working on my coffee.
Right.
I just woke up. How you, Jojo?
Right.
Cool. I'm doing well, man. I got my my bubbly carbonated fizz water here. I got my energy drink ready just in case I need to deploy it.
Heck yeah.
I'm ready to go, man.
Good
Maybe
deal.
I should deploy now. I don't know.
No, that's what I'm still sucking down my coffee here. I'm trying to get some caffeine in.
We're getting ass rated by the other Spooky.
Caffeine.
Oh man,
Good to see you, other Spooky.
that's a whole lot of booty.
That's a whole lot of Spooky.
Oh no.
Look at that hot panel. What's up, Cassie?
You can't
How you doing
have too
tonight?
much spooky. Come on.
That's right.
Right on.
No,
Hey
I do
Jojo,
not
how's
have
the
to
weather
work
down there
tonight.
in Texas, man?
Man, it's it's about average for this time of year. It was pretty warm early in the winter, but it's kind of normalized out now. You know what I mean? But we don't want what happened last year. You remember that? I mean, where Texas was shut down for like a week.
Yeah.
Remember I don't know if you all remember, but the power was all shut down. Water.
Yeah.
It was bad.
People were freezing
Now,
to death.
I don't know how it happened here in my little burg. I kind of bypassed a lot of it. I bypassed most of it. I was lucky.
Oh, good.
I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, you were lucky.
know? I don't know if I fell through the cracks and I got stuck on the same piece of the grid with the hospitals or something like that. I don't know. But my power only went down for like 4 hours during that whole thing.
Oh man.
Oh,
So I can't complain.
Well, that's cool. You're in Taylor right there with
I can't complain.
Ben, right? Ben lives in Taylor? Or Joe does? No.
Joe lives in Taylor. Ben lives in Georgetown, I think, which is, 15 minutes away, 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. So we're all together here pretty much,
That's cool. That's
And,
really ironic how you guys are all in the same area.
It's kind of and you all maybe have heard the story. It was like I discovered them by accident. And but I heard the whole time, they were going to be doing some event here in Taylor. If you recall, that was like a month ago or a month and a half or so. And then, put two and two together, and I figured, well, those were the dudes, man. They were the ones. Right here, and I discovered their show, and then discovered all you guys, and it was crazy how it happened, But,
It's crazy how all this is happening. How the whole community's
Here
coming
we are.
together.
Yeah, Joe and Ben, they're awesome. That's where I first seen you was on their show. Yeah.
I like
me
it.
too.
It's good. It's fun.
Yep, first time I saw you too was on UFO
Let's
Garage.
see now. Do you guys go? Now refresh me here. Where are all you guys located? Start with Sonny and Papa Willie.
Me and Papa Willie are in Fresno, California, in the valley.
Yep.
Okay.
And
California.
California. Right.
yeah. I'm also in California, but I'm down south in San Diego.
And I'm southeastern Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah, Spooky lives where
I got some friends
where
traveling
most
in San
people
Diego right
picture California looking like. That's where Spooky lives. We live in the country.
Don't call me bougie.
Bougie ass Spooky.
Right.
We got our bougie ass Spooky over here.
Never once in a while I'm getting a little audio.
Yeah,
a little bit of audio drop out, but
it's got a little delay.
Settle itself. It might settle itself down in a bit.
Yeah, right now it's about a 5-second delay.
Out, after we're connected a while.
Yeah, you were coming in 5.5 when you first came on, but now it's kind of blurry. But yeah, it might clear itself out. We're still getting butt rated.
I know.
All right.
Feels good.
So, anything new happening down there in Texas with any UFO sightings, Jojo? You heard anything like that?
No, I mean I haven't heard anything. And gosh, you guys are probably better connected than I am even. But I haven't heard of anything. And I don't know. I rely on, Ben and Joe to, keep me up to date.
Yeah.
Those guys are crazy, but I like it that way. They're good crazy, They're good crazy.
They bring comedy into it.
So, but actually, I haven't seen them, in person, in the flesh for, about 4 or 5 weeks, maybe. And a lot of that's because this time of year, it's getting better now. But the beginning of the year, I'm one of these people who goes through seasonal depression, So I get in a funk the early part of the winter, like December, I'm in a funk. In January, I've been pulling out of it. I'm pretty much okay now.
That's good.
Take my drugs, take my cocktail of drugs, and I'm right back on. I'm right back in there. I'm back in the saddle again, man.
That's good, man.
Watch me roar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jojo.
Well, Jojo, you were at the live show that Ben and Joe did.
How about you guys? How you feeling? How you guys feel?
Oh yeah, doing great.
Go ahead, Spooky. It was just like a really bad delay.
Yeah, I was with the live show. I did their. Is everything okay? Can you guys hear me? Hello.
We could hear you. There's just like a 4-second delay.
Is there anybody out there?
Coming at you from the moon.
That's any of our faults, right? Is that StreamYard's deal? I mean,
no, normally it's just a Wi-Fi issue.
Yeah,
StreamYard, right? And it's something StreamYard. Sometimes it straightens itself out.
Jojo, your internet's getting real blurry again. Might be Is there anything else in your house running Wi-Fi right now, or
am I the only one?
Yeah,
you're the only one, man. Unfortunately.
Okay, let me disconnect and connect again.
Okay.
See if that helps. All right. Peace. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Gypsy Road, good to see you, man. Danny Wolf, it's good to see you too, buddy. How you doing?
Stick pointing at your head is not right.
What's pointing at your head?
I think he means this.
Oh, it's just a microphone. Who said that?
It's Danny Wolf.
Oh, Danny Wolf. What's up, Danny Wolf? That's just a microphone stand.
You know what I was thinking about? Oh shit. Talking over each other. No, I was gonna say, when we get Jojo back, we might want to let the audience know, or have him tell a little bit about his, his history, and they can kind of get introduced to him.
Yeah, I kind of want to know his professional history, because he worked in radio and stuff too. So
yeah,
I was kind of hoping his internet was going to clear up so we could have him introduce himself, but it kept getting worse and worse.
Yeah. Is there anybody out there?
So, I guess it's time to smoke.
Yep.
Smoke it up. Man, if
Yeah,
I
guys.
smoked right now, I'd be right back in bed. I'm barely hanging on right now. I need more caffeine.
I woke up way too early this morning. I've been up since 5. I like to sleep in on Fridays, and I didn't do it.
Jeez.
I couldn't sleep. My wife told me to find a truck. I was
Dang,
awake.
that's a good wife.
Yep. Good
Yeah,
woman.
Sonny got a new truck today with the 8.1 gas motor. That's a big motor.
I've had one before.
And
Tomorrow is getting new tires, getting a programmer. It's got to be ready.
And they link it up with the Allison Trans. That's a good match.
That's pretty cool. You hit the brakes on that truck when you're pulling a trailer, and it stops, it downshifts for you.
Oh, that's nice.
Good transmission. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, the truck I've got now, Ford and GM worked on the transmission together. It's a joint effort, the 10-speed that they use in both. I guess both companies use them in their vehicles. But it does the same thing. If you put it in tow haul mode, it's that 10-speed, and you start hitting the brakes, it'll downshift the whole time you're slowing down.
Comes trouble.
Jojo Bone, what's up, dude?
All right. Is that a little better?
You're definitely clear. You're clear, but I don't know if the
Yeah.
audio's caught up.
What I did was I turned down some bandwidth utilization. And okay, let me try one more thing. I'll come back. Okay.
Okay.
One more thing. All right.
That time it was only like a 2-second delay, I think.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
It was what he.
Man.
I spent all night running through your dreams. I know. You have a lot of them. You have a lot of those dreams, so it took me a while. Barely made it here today.
Do you want to say hi to anybody in the chat?
Yeah, I was going to say we got like 20 people in here now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Simon Wales, what's up, dude? Made it over.
Simon.
Good to see you, man.
What's up, mate?
My man.
Aw. Jamie's showing a little bit of love, and Chad's running away.
Stop running, Chad. Hey, she's already got Jake. She's trying to get the set.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit.
I should have brought that picture up.
Hey, what's up, Jojo? You're back.
Is that a little better?
Yes, it is.
Looks
lot
like
better.
it's synchronized a little better.
Yeah, that seems a lot better, man.
Is that better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's better.
Okay, what I did was I cut down some of the bandwidth utilization, and I think it's working better now.
Much better.
All right.
Yeah, man.
You know, here, little old Taylor, we only got like one little twisted pair line coming into the whole city.
You're the only one allowed to use it right now.
You know, we got to cut her back when we can. You know,
You guys have a sign-in sheet where you got to sign up for internet use at the at City Hall. I'm going to be using it Saturday.
Yeah, I cut back, and I gotta go put kerosene in the router.
Yeah.
Put some kerosene in the router.
Pitch some coal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jojo, where'd you start out at?
Now.
You're a radio guy, right? Did you start out on radio, or did you start out doing manual labor jobs?
I guess I started out in radio. Well, I haven't been in radio that long. I'm in the little old here Taylor. Let's see. Shit, what do we call ourselves? Anyway, the little internet radio station here in Taylor.
Okay.
You know, so maybe I'm a big fish in a little pond. You know, that's the best I could describe myself. But you know, I like doing it, and I've had a little bit of a following. You know, and we hang
that's
out.
good.
Now my show is not all paranormal. I mix music. Excuse me. Music and interviews, and then sneak some paranormal stuff in there, and that's kind of my formula.
Cool.
So it looks like it's running better now. Is it
Yeah,
okay?
it looks like it's running much better now.
They're running.
Yeah, it's working.
Sounds better.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk really slow.
Ladies and gentlemen. Danny, come on now, buddy.
So, Danny Wolf. All right, Danny.
Yeah, Danny's the man. He's got his own YouTube channel where he does some workouts and stuff.
Yeah,
he's losing weight.
That's cool. Hey, man, I'm losing weight too. I've lost about 30 pounds in the last couple of months.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I saw some of those.
Svelte.
I saw some of those dishes you were making.
Well, I got
You're a cook. You're a chef.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's just something I do. And I don't have any recipes. That's my personality type. I'm I guess on the Myers-Briggs and all that crap. I'm like an intuitive personality, right? So I don't get a lot of my learning from books. I just go in and do, Right. Like if I get interested in something, I just do it, I don't have any recipes. I don't have a cookbook. I don't know. I just go into the kitchen and see what I got. I just start doing,
Look like you do a lot of crock pot cooking.
If it looks good, I eat it. Now, every once in a while, there is a failure in my technique. So
a failure.
Every once in a while, there is a failure to launch. You know what I'm saying? There is a failure to launch. And, it's just part of the technique, I mean, it's just, you got to take the bad with the good.
Yeah.
That's words to live by, Jojo.
My dog likes the failure to launch because, she gets it. Hey, Brianna.
Yeah.
All right.
She just ate 30 pounds of wings.
Hey. All right. Brianna, back. Oh, you did. Oh, she's pretty. She can eat 30 pounds of wings and look like that. I think more power to her.
Exactly.
That's cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I like it. I got nothing against eating. Let me tell you. Nothing against eating.
Hey, Connor, how's it going, dude? Thanks for hanging out with this man.
So, what do y'all want to talk about? Because I'm a master of all trades. I mean, jack of all trades, master of none. So,
how about UFOs and aliens in Taylor, Texas?
My greatest strength is having an opinion on something I know nothing about. All right, alien. Well, they're probably here.
They're probably there. Here. If you're there and Joe and Ben are there, then they're probably
here. Come on.
What's up, Big Willie? How's it going, man?
Big Willie. Hey, Big Willie, yeah. Well, Ben and Joe and I, we got to kind of sometimes keep it on the down low. We don't want them to know too much about what we know about them. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Right on.
That's true.
The less that they know of what we know, the better it is for us.
That's true. Yeah. So you haven't seen any UFO sightings there yourself?
I mean, I'm willing to take one. I'm willing to take one for the team. Don't get me wrong, but have I seen any? Well, yes, I have. I have had a personal UFO sighting about this time last year. Oh, it was I think my first real UFO sighting, and I was coming back home to Taylor from Elgin, which is about 10-12 minute drive from here. Down Highway 95, as we like to say in Taylor. It was about 2 a.m. I'm heading down Highway 95, coming back to Taylor. And there it come. A triangular-shaped arrangement of lights hovering kind of low and kind of slow towards me. Now, I don't know I don't have a lot of reckoning on, things that fly in the air, but I do know that planes and such are supposed to have red and blue lights, right? So you know which way they're traveling. This was 3 red lights arranged in a triangle. And it was pretty low, and it was floating, and it was making no sound at all. And, it's getting closer and closer. And finally it passed right over the top of me. Right over the top of me. And I'm thinking, baby Jesus, I don't want to be taking no rides tonight. You know what I mean? I just want to go home and get in my little bed and go to sleepy pie. And it was cool. Don't get me wrong. I dug it. I dug the experience. But I wasn't into going up in any alien ship quite.
And there was no sound, even when it was right over you.
No, absolutely nothing. No sound at all.
Sounds a lot like Sonny's sighting.
Yep. Was there another circle in the center that you noticed, or just the 3 in the corners?
Just the 3 lights is all I saw, and they were locked together. So
yeah,
I believe it was all on the same vehicle or whatever, right?
Like, could you see through it? See the sky behind it with the lights look like they were locked together, or was it?
It looked like it was locked together. It looked like it locked together, and it wasn't apparent that I could see through it. I believe it was solid, but now that I think about it, there weren't a lot of stars out that night anyway, so we might have some cloud cover and stuff. So it might have been hard to tell, but they were definitely 3 lights in lockstep, like in a triangle, going real slow right over the top of me. It was pretty crazy. Now I have some other paranormal experiences, that my family have told me about, but never UFOs. Right. So that was it. That was the only UFO experience I've ever had.
How long? Excuse me. How long ago was that?
It was about this time last year, about January or so last year. It was probably before. Yeah, it was early January, because it was before we had the big freeze out. So it was in the early part of January.
Maybe it'll be an annual event.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll start seeing them.
I don't know. Wow. I mean, I'd like to see it again. And under different circumstances, I might be ready for a little ride. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and
I just don't want to be probed. Right?
No.
I mean, I'll go up there and rap with the dudes, talk with them, play cards, whatever. But just
Play
don't
cards.
probe me. That's all. Just don't put stuff in me. I don't want
Right.
that.
Let's make a deal.
I don't want any chips. Yeah, I don't want any of that chips implants and stuff. I don't want that. I just want to be neighborly and say, hey.
Answer some questions. Go to their town hall meeting. Introduce yourself to everyone, and then come back.
Remind them not to be playing the radio after 10.
That's right. And we'll just rap about things,
Yep.
Like, what do y'all think about this Russian-Ukrainian stuff going on now? You guys following that? Talk some politics a little bit, kind of shake it up a little bit. But don't probe me. Don't probe me.
Yeah.
Don't probe me.
Bro.
I'll tell you what you want to know. I'll send them my blood test results for my last blood test. You know what I mean?
You don't agree with Cassie's opinion here?
I'll do that. I mean, that's okay.
Might be nice getting a probe, she says. Oh, Cassie, Oracles will be on here. She says it might be nice getting a probe.
Well, yeah.
To each their own.
Well, getting pegged by aliens, I don't know.
That's the title of a book that needs to be out there.
You shock them pretty good though if you if you let them know that you actually liked it.
Yeah. They'd be like, well, we can't take this one back. He likes
well,
it.
You know,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. This one knows too much now.
Oh, Sonny.
He actually, most people pass out, but this guy's Brianna's back. Sad goat, no wrench.
She's got no wrench.
Right.
She's the goat.
I can fix that.
Brianna's the
Is that
goat.
right?
Greatest of all time.
Justice for the
Is
goat.
that right? All right, cool. I
Yep,
dig
see,
it.
that's a
I can
picture of
dig it.
her. She's got a goat.
That one time I was abducted by aliens.
Oh, you got to be on
My
their
brother was
podcast
telling me
next.
about now. He was watching a couple of documentaries and stuff about a guy. What's his name? Charles James Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know Charles James Hall? He's the guy claims that was it the thin whites or the tall whites or whatever. He was hanging with them out by some weather installation when he was in the service.
Mhm.
He wrote some books and did some documentaries and things. I got to catch up on that. Now, he died apparently in 2017. I looked it up. So he's not going to be putting out any more new stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
I guess
heard
we
that.
can go look it up. Yeah.
He's not. Yeah, he's
But
not.
he
putting out any
claims,
stuff.
you know. No, he's
So
not
he was
putting any
hanging
more
out with
stuff.
Tall Grays?
Well, I mean, he could. He could. I mean, hey, that's another paranormal show. If he actually keeps putting out more stuff, you know.
Oh yeah. Hey, you got
And
a four-legged partner
aren't a
back
lot
there?
of the aren't me? Yes, I do. Come here, Flavia. Come on. Come here, baby.
Oh, cool. We love dogs.
Excuse me. She's my precious little thing. She's half border collie, half German shepherd.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
What a
So she
sweet
kind of
mix.
came out like a miniature German shepherd. She looks like a little miniature German shepherd. Doesn't
Yeah.
she?
That's
It's
awesome.
like
Cool
a
dog.
half-sized German shepherd.
I bet
Isn't
she's
that
super
cool,
loyal.
honey? And she's smarter than me. She's smarter than me. She's smarter than me. I let her do my income taxes. Don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But
If they ask why you did that,
so,
I mean,
but in terms
she's
of
smarter.
any new paranormal activity, what's that?
Oh, I was gonna say if the IRS asks why
I'm sorry, I'm
you
behind
why
on
you
the
did that,
question.
it's because you you figured that she's smarter than you are, so you figured she'd do a better job
That's right.
with the old taxes there.
You know, and then you know what they'll say, wait a minute, you had a border collie do your taxes? We better audit this guy. Those border collies always stretching those loopholes.
Yeah,
Always stretching those loopholes. So better keep that on the down low.
that's right.
You know what I mean?
Justice has been served.
Justice had been served.
What they'd actually say is,
Hey, so what?
you signed it, you're responsible.
That's well, I know. I hate that. I hate that. It's like I'm too stupid. That's how I have someone do my taxes. And then at the end, you tell me I got to sign it and take responsibility. Come on. If I was that smart, I'd do them myself.
Right. It's the whole reason why I had someone else do
Isn't
them.
that right? Isn't that right? I never did understand that. You know? I say chase down the SOB who did my taxes. You know? I don't know nothing about that stuff.
Yeah, filing for
Oh.
taxes is kind of strange. How you have to, it's your responsibility, but most people don't know how to do it, so they have to just have someone else do it for them. So why don't they just cut out us and just go right from IRS to those other people and have the IRS give the W-2 right to some other agency, and then they just take care of it? Why do I have to be involved if it? I
Well, I
already
got
don't know what I'm
audited
doing.
one time. There was a mistake. It's because they already have the information. So why do I
Yeah.
have to fill out an income tax return?
Exactly.
You know
They already
everything
know.
already. More than I
Right.
do. You know?
Yeah,
That's
they already
BS,
know.
man. You
Yep.
know more than I do.
To make
So
you feel
why-
like you're
Yeah.
in control of a little bit of it.
And
I
they
guess
say,
so.
you owe
Yeah.
us money, you know? And I said, well, okay, how much do I owe you? I don't know. Explain it to me. Oh,
What, Jamie?
I always
That's not
have
my
so
fault.
many kids.
That's not my fault. My dog did my taxes. Get in here, Flavia. Explain this to the man.
I
You
always
didn't
had
carry
so
this
many kids that live in
decimal over.
California.
But you know they've done audits. They've done audits on the IRS. You know where they have like 20 people call in with the same question, and they get 20 different answers from the IRS about interpreting tax law.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. It's too complicated.
They don't know what they're doing either.
You know?
Everybody just acts like they know what they're doing.
Well, but see, no politician wants to get rid of it, right? Because that's power to them. Manipulating the tax system, gives them power. So that they're not going to give up power to do that. That's
manipulating the tax system. Having the tax system gives them power.
Make deals. Yeah, that's their big stick, man. That ain't never changing.
No,
probably.
Uh-oh, dog's growling.
Well, how often are you going to go?
So you guys tell me.
Tell everybody not to pay him.
I missed part of that. What did you say that again?
I was saying, how often is someone going to go into their own boss and tell their customers, don't pay that guy, don't give him no money?
Yeah.
Right. That ain't going to happen.
Nope. Politicians are not going to be against taxing.
Yeah, that ain't going to happen. You're right. You're right about that. So how about you guys? What be happening in California?
It's freezing down here.
It's starting to warm
in
up.
The land of plenty. In the sunny land of plenty. What's that?
Before that, it wasn't coming out at all.
Yeah,
right.
I woke up this morning to take my daughter to school, and the windows were frozen over on all the cars. I was like, oh, man.
Really?
My house is heated by a fireplace. I know exactly how cold it gets.
Oh, yep.
Really? I mean, you guys are screwing with me. It froze out there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we live in the country. It gets cold out here.
No, because that's like Chad talking. He lives you're Michigan.
Yep. Yeah. It's 8 degrees here.
California guy.
Yeah. It was froze out here this morning.
Who said it's 8
dog's
degrees?
water in the garage because it'll freeze out there.
Yeah, it's 8 degrees here. I actually woke up from my nap before I came on the podcast, and my water is not running. So I don't know if a water pipe froze or if the water main broke, or I don't know what's going on, but I have no water right now. I haven't figured it out yet. Just came on here.
It changes pretty fast here, Jojo. It's 65 here now. This morning it was freezing, and now it's 65 tonight.
Really?
It's pretty nice.
My brother lives in Indianapolis. He told me they're going to get below zero probably tonight.
Good Lord.
All right. If they're getting below zero, Chad's got some cold weather coming.
Yeah. Yep.
Up in Michigan.
Yeah, I don't know why we don't have water. It might be a frozen pipe or something going on. I haven't figured it out yet. We'll figure it out.
I start feeling guilty anytime you guys start talking about weather. Can't complain.
Well, here in Texas, the part of Texas I live in, the outdoor spigots, they don't have the cold water spigots here. They have just plain old, like a copper tube comes out the side of the house, and they stick a real simple spigot on the end of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And years ago, I was living in a duplex, and they put a sign on my door, said, "Freeze tonight" or something. Don't forget to drip your pipes. And I had come from the Midwest and then later Colorado and then moved to Austin, right? I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. I didn't know people did that, right? Because every place I lived, the houses were built. You didn't have to winterize your spigots. But here in Texas, you can freeze your pipes real easy. You got to cover everything up outside.
That's what happened.
How it is. Here, it does it here too. My grandpa would turn on the sprinkler and aim it towards the cattle for the barbed wire fences. And in the morning, we'd wake up and there'd be icicles everywhere. He'd do it to the fences on purpose so they would make the icicles. Yeah, it freezes. It gets that cold here.
Wow.
Sometimes.
I mean,
it don't stay that cold for long though.
Did he just do it for the icicles because they look pretty, or was there some other reason?
Keep the pipes from freezing too.
Yeah, and
if
keep
there's
the
water
pipes from
moving in the
freezing.
pipe, it won't freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and that's the same way why they said here to drip your pipes, which they just meant drip the spigot, right? But when he said drip your pipes, I'm like, oh, does that mean dripping pipes? I don't know what that means.
Make sure you drip your pipe. You know,
Drip your pipe.
Out here, we're
personal
all
pipe.
Out here,
we just let it drip
where
slowly.
we're at. We're all in the country on our own wells, and usually there's a spigot that's furthest from the pump. So you crack that one, and then everything, all the rest of the pipes are inside the house. They're not going to freeze. So as long as that one is running, everything else stays clear, and he'd throw icicles on it as an extra.
Now, where I grew up in the Midwest, occasionally when it gets super, super cold, and it's real common, right? You have your kitchen sink up against the outside wall with a window, right? Well, you'd go in there and you'd drip the spigot in the kitchen sink a little bit, right? Or you'd open up the doors of the cabinets, right, to keep things from freezing in there. Listen to us. We're so interesting.
I know, huh?
We're got the people on the edge of their seats are going, I'm learning all about dripping my pipes.
Gotta learn about something.
These guys know everything. They know
UFOs
and they know dripping pipes.
This show gets crazy towards the end. Right before we're about to shut her down is when we have the most fun. We're just getting warmed up.
I'm going to deploy my triple shot energy drink.
Got some Starbucks.
Oh, yeah.
That looks good.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Where am I? I just woke up.
You're in the chop shop, baby.
I'm in the chop shop, man.
Oh, my God.
Hey, that's what happened. I got an email from my landlord right here. As most of you are aware, the city has shut the water off to the property. The city contractor and I have an excavator coming out to repair the line at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, man.
So it's going to be a weekend of no water.
So that's a line out in the city, huh? Somewhere.
Yeah, the main line from the city to my apartment complex broke. So they got her shut down.
Well, so you got plenty of liquid and water and stuff in the house to get you through?
Yeah, luckily I've got one of those big Berkey water filters, and I filled that before I took my nap, and I filled the water thing in the fridge before I took my nap. So I got a few gallons of water for drinking.
That's great. Well, bro, you let me know, because if I need to, Flavia and I'll get in the car right now. We'll get in the car right now.
Jeez,
we can
bring
be
some
there.
water.
We could be there by Saturday night. And we'll bring you some water.
Well, luckily, people can live for at least 2 days without water. So, I mean, that'll work.
Right.
That'll work.
All right.
I'll still be alive when you get here.
You just let us know.
I appreciate that more than you know, Jojo.
I'm a team player.
Jojo, I got you on. I got you on Facebook, man, and I see that you're really into photography.
Yes, I am. I'm a bit of a photog, as they say. I've been a photog for a while.
Yeah, I like
you got a new camera?
Facebook page.
Yeah, I got some new. Well, I took a little break, and then when I came back into the art, everybody was going to wireless cameras. I mean, mirrorless cameras. And so I've upgraded to the new Nikon Z system, right? So I don't know if you guys know, but Nikon had the F mount forever. I mean, since like World War II or something. I don't know, something crazy like that. But now now in the whole camera industry, the DSLR is kind of dead. I mean, it's kind of at the end. And
really?
All the companies are moving to mirrorless. Yeah. So, and Nikon was a little bit behind for a few years, and now they've caught up and kind of right up there in the front now, and they just came out with what's called the Z9. It's like a blot out the sun, greatest camera ever built kind of thing, and Canon and Sony, they all take turns, but this is, Nikon was behind in the mirrorless, mirrorless for a while, and now they've caught up, and they're kind of there for a little while, but they leapfrog each other all the time on who's got, but the thing is, all of the major camera companies have great cameras now. I mean, that's where we're at. It doesn't matter what system you have, what camera you have. They're all good. And it's the person behind the camera that makes the difference.
Exactly. Yeah.
The cameras are all good. So they're all good.
You got one of those cameras to look at UFOs in the nighttime?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, not really, but really, UFOs are hard, right? Because most of the time they might look big to us, but when you put a camera up there, right, and you look at it, the UFOs are really pretty tiny, right? And our mind's eye, when we're experiencing it, it's like we're agog with the whole thing, right? But the reality is they're hard to photograph. So I guess what you need is a big telephoto or something. But then if you do that, you lose a perspective of the size and so forth, right? Because you got nothing else in the frame. So it's tricky. It's tricky. Wait a minute, I got something just popped up. Let me get rid of that. So, whoa, somebody just went away.
Chad likes to kick himself out once a show. I think it's like his good luck ritual or something. Me and Spooky ain't figured it out yet.
We don't think he likes us that much.
He'll be back. He'll say he's sorry.
He gets us started, and then he's like, "See ya."
Chad just went invisible, man. I can't believe that. That dude just went boom. He's gone.
Hey, Jojo, man. Hey, when you guys did amazing. When you did that thing with Joe and Ben, and you did the opening little monologue there at the beginning, and then I remember I saw a little bit of some ducking and diving. You were doing some dancing there, man.
Man, I was getting jiggy with it, wasn't I?
I saw that, man.
Yeah, I was getting jiggy.
I like some of those moves.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gotten on a few ears, but I like to,
But that was the cool thing, was that those guys like to have a good time, so they'll play music and dance and just have fun with it. I mean, we're talking about serious subjects usually when we're interviewing people that are abductees or experiencers. But I think Ben and Joe are kind of like us, where we like to have fun with it too.
Right.
Keep it a little lighthearted.
And it was fun. And I forget who was his guest. It was the guy who. Oh gosh, let me think. Dang it. Oh, he was an abductee. He was,
Terry Lovelace.
Yeah, Terry. Yeah, and he had gone through all that, and it was fun. He was a fun guy too. I mean, he wasn't stuffy.
Yeah,
he liked to have fun too.
Yeah, he's got a great attitude about everything.
Yeah, he does. Considering they probed him, put things in his body. He's got a better attitude about it than I would have. Let me tell you that.
That's invasive.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that.
How about you, Jojo? What got you into the paranormal? Into, talking about UFOs and aliens and ghosts and whatnot?
Spooky, that is a good question. I have a little bit of a story to tell.
Man, I appreciate it.
About 13 years ago, I came down with a bad viral illness, and they weren't sure what it was. And I think it was a bad case of mono myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it was a recurring case of mono. And they teach in medical school that it can't happen twice, but they're wrong. Because I went on the internet. There's a lot of cases. A lot of people have had it more than once. And I was going through a time in my life. I'd run myself down, and I was working a full-time job, and then had created a startup, working on the side in the nights and evenings and weekends and stuff. And I just pushed myself too hard and I got sick. Well, I was sick for a long time. And then it kicked into something viral infectious disease specialists called post-viral fatigue syndrome. And what that means is, as far as they understand it, they know it's a real thing, but they don't really understand what causes it and what triggers it. But it occurs after someone's sick with a viral illness for a long period of time. So once the virus is cleared, you're left with this condition, this syndrome. And their theory is that in some way your immune system isn't turning off, right? The virus is cleared, it's gone, but your immune system doesn't believe it yet, right? So it stays all cranked up. And most discomfort for a lot of viruses, especially the commons like mono and flus and all that, are caused by your own immune system making you feel like crap, right? Making you tired, making you feel like crap. And so when you got post-viral fatigue syndrome, it feels like you're still sick, right? So the only way they can really tell is they do blood tests on you, right? And they see, well, you've recovered. You're not producing any antibodies to anything anymore, So anyway, so I had that. And I was sick. I was in bed, like laying down for 4 years or so. I could hardly get out of bed.
Wow.
And I had to quit. I had to retire from my career and everything. Well, and I was in pain a lot. And I had incredible tinnitus and pain in my head. I mean, like tinnitus and pain in your ears is crazy shit because you can't touch it. You can't do anything, right? You just got to endure it. And it was really bad for about 4 years. And I would just lay in bed, right? And I had to find something to do to keep from going nuts, right? And what I did is I kind of discovered back in the day, I discovered Art Bell, right? And all that stuff. And one thing led to another. And I started, as internet radio started and podcasts started to get popular, I started to discover them. And I really so I enjoyed the paranormal stuff was the stuff that got my mind off the most off of what I was experiencing, and it was so different. It was than real life that it allowed me to go somewhere else, at least for a while, And I got into all of it then. And 13, 14 years ago when I started all this, I didn't know squat, right? I didn't know all the jargon and all the popular theories and la da 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 da, right? But, you listen to this stuff for 13, 14 years and so it starts sticking on you, And I really enjoyed it, I'll be honest with you. And we got to all be honest with ourselves. There's some crazy shit out there, right? There's some. Let's just say it. Let's leave it at that. There's some crazy shit, and you don't know whether you can quite believe them or not. But my opinion is they entertain me anyway because I like listening to them, right? And sometimes it's like every once in a while you get some guy on there and you're like, this is crazy shit. Now,
like this guy might not actually know what he's talking about.
Yeah, this is crazy shit. Now, does he believe it, or is he just fucking with me? Now, and then you try to listen to him. It's like, shit, he believes it, man. Whatever crazy shit he's telling me, he is bought into it. And I respect that. Because I probably believe crazy shit too. You gotta, I have an open mind, just enjoy it, live and let live. That's what I say.
Do you have any favorite cases of UFO stories or sightings or abductions, anything that are like some of your favorites?
Yeah. One of my favorites is Kecksburg. I love Kecksburg. And the cool thing about Kecksburg is, man, you got to respect those people because they've created a whole cottage industry out of it, right? And they've got their, their UFO. Someone came there and did a big time documentary, and they created, the model, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they gave it to these people, and they've like mounted it up, man. You're coming into town. It's on a mount. It's got lights on it and everything, and I gotta respect that, man.
Yeah,
That's
they
cool.
embrace it. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I love the stories, and I do believe that some crazy shit thing fell out of the sky. There's no doubt about that to me. And all of the, prosaic or whatever explanations, I don't believe them. You know what the government comes up with? It's like, no. They know something they're not telling us. Because when they reported it, the military came in like short order, like they were organized, boom, 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 boom. They go down and get the thing, boom, they're telling the people not to talk to anybody about it. And, you didn't see anything, and, of course, there were at least 30 or 35, maybe more locals that saw the thing, and, actually saw it before the military, told them to, get out of the woods or whatever. And so I like that one. That's fun.
Yeah, that's one of the big cases in the United States for sure.
Definitely. And I like the lights in was it the Phoenix Lights?
Oh,
I love
yeah.
that one. The Phoenix Lights is a very deep story, really. It involved areas more than just Phoenix, and, people were spotting things in the skies and all that. And the thing is, it's crazy. It's crazy because there's so much footage of it, right? And for how long there were people in the government saying, all these crazy ass excuses, that obviously did not apply, and let's face it too. If you're the military, right? Are you going to do exercises right over a major city? Of course not. There was something going on. And then there's people who, have documented missing time during the Phoenix Lights that were observing it. And anyway, I love that one.
Then you got that whole scandal with was it the governor who had the press conference?
He finally had to eat crow and go out and confess, right? That he knew what they were talking about.
Right.
But he tried to cover it up as quickly as possible. But they finally, put pressure on him, right? Because he was one of the ones they were sticking up front, right? For a while. Saying, we don't know what you're talking about. Or the military said they got it totally under control. They were just doing some stuff. Not to worry your pretty little head about it.
Then he got his boy to go in there with the alien costume at the press conference.
Yeah, the alien costume was really
crazy. Well, they just wanted to make fun of it, right? And
that wasn't insulting at all to the public.
No, I mean,
the thousands of people that saw it.
Yeah, there were so many people that witnessed that. That's crazy. To try to cover it up like that. Okay, what's the other one? In England?
That happened today with everyone's high definition cameras on their phones.
Yeah.
I think things would be different.
And what's the one in England on the military base? The forest. Rendlesham Forest. I like that one. Yeah, that's a cool one too. I like that one. But there's so many, really good ones now. And so, but back when I started, I hadn't heard of any of these things. And then, you start to learn and you start to get interested in it and read more.
Well, you mentioned Art Bell. That was really when I think that Art Bell really brought a whole new generation of people into talking about this UFOs and aliens and sightings, and I think that's why people are still talking about. I hear people talking about Art Bell still right now today. Even in the Spaghetti show today, they were talking about Art Bell. He was just so good at introducing it in a way that really drew people in, wanted to know more about it.
Art Bell was to that to his radio form what Johnny Carson was to late night TV, right?
Right on.
There will
Yep.
never be another Art Bell. There will never be
Exactly.
another Johnny Carson. I mean, there are just certain things that happen. That's it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
there'll be good ones, I think. But man, Art Bell was just so good. I mean, he could make theater even out of things that just happen spontaneously. Remember the guy on Art Bell who called in from his small plane and said he was going to go to Area 51?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, somebody mentioned that today.
And he said, I don't care. I don't care what they do to me. I'm going in there and I'm landing. And they're going, well, you know, Hart said they could shoot you down. I would not recommend that. Remember? And to this day, we don't know what that guy was about. And was that real? I don't know. I don't think Art Bell knew, but he made it exciting, you know? I mean, he didn't encourage the guy. In fact, he did the opposite, but still, he made it such a magnificent theatrical, entertaining thing to listen to, right? Just, he had that ability.
The only thing that makes me question that is, did they have cell phone signals or towers set up, or how did that phone call? How did he initiate that phone call?
That's a good question. I mean, I think
maybe it was through ham radio. I'm not sure.
It could have been, you know, but no, I think it was with. Honestly, I don't know. My memory is it was with a cell phone, but I could be wrong. Or maybe it was a satellite phone or something.
But you do remember that Art Bell was big time into ham radios.
Oh yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he called in through
a ham radio aficionado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe he did make that phone call through ham radio, and he just picked up on the signal from the plane. You never know.
It's possible.
And also from Art Bell, we learned about other things through the Art Bell show, where at the time you really didn't hear much about it. Things like crop circles, faces on Mars, you know, all these different paranormal things. That it was really the first introduction in a wide broadcast.
Yeah, and like I said, Art Bell made it exciting. He made it. He just pretty much anything that crossed his desk, you know.
And Art Bell's biggest time popularity was around the time that so much things were happening in the UFO community, like. Plus, it also happened to be around the same time that personal computers in the home started becoming a regular thing. Right. And we started using the internet at the time to start looking at. We were able to see visuals because he would tell us, "Go to my website and you'll see this UFO or this alien." And plus, he introduced us to people like Linda Moulton Howe, who talked to us about crop circles, cattle mutilations, and Richard C. Hoagland was on the show all the time. He was talking about the face on Mars, pyramids on Mars.
Yeah, and because I remember Art even grew up with the internet website kind of era. And he was one of the very first websites, right?
That's right. Yes.
And who's the guy who remained his producer for a long time? Gosh, I can't remember his name. He a couple of years ago, he sold what was left, after Art died, of the radio station, of the whole system he had developed. Wow. But he also did the website and everything. And like you said, Art was right there at the beginning, right? So you could go on his website and see pictures and he was a trailblazer.
That was also around the time of the famous school sighting and experience that the school kids had in Zimbabwe at the Ariel School. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that was all happening around the same time.
Yeah, just so many interesting things I heard on Art Bell. And, well, I don't want to go negative. There'll just be never another Art Bell, and he created something.
And what was it around the time that you started doing radio? What year was that, do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been doing radio that long, really not long at all. And so I mean, I don't really count. I mean, I'm such a newbie. Doesn't matter. I mean, most of what I
You
bring
count to
to
us, man.
one of the things that brought me, right, that I have is just all those years of listening to really great broadcasters, you know?
Yeah.
And what I learned to do is internalize some of the things they could do and try to, do it myself. Like I said, I'm an intuitive kind of person. So, it's kind of like it bounces around in me a little bit, and, I could get some of it to come back out. But, surely, Art Bell was a huge influence. There's another guy that I think is a great, it's on, Coast to Coast now. What's his name? Ian. I can't believe this one. Anyway,
I can't remember his name.
But anyway, he's a great interviewer.
Oh, nice.
Just really crafts his interviews well. Very insightful. What's his name? Ian Pundit. Ian Pundit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a really good interviewer, and I would encourage anyone if they ever, look on the Coast to Coast website, and if it's ever Ian doing the show that night, because he still now he subs now and then and does a weekend here and there. Listen to him, because he's an outstanding interviewer.
Definitely.
Especially if he's got an author on, he'll knock it out of the park. It's some people just have the knack, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ian Pundit, I really like him. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good. So, it's just, but I'm just like you guys, I just enjoy it and kind of soak it in, and, and had the opportunity. We started this little radio station here in Taylor, and
now, is that at your house, or is that do you have a studio, like an offsite studio for that?
Well, it's an internet radio station, and we contract with radio.co, which is the company. But so they're somewhere in England or something, right?
Okay.
But so we can actually host a show from anywhere that we have an internet connection. But that said, there is a radio booth in the downtown. It's called the Black Sparrow Music Parlor, or we just call it Black Sparrow or the Sparrow.
That's where UFO Garage did their show, right?
Yes, that's where they did their show. Cool. And in the corner there, they have a radio booth, and they do some broadcasts from there. But the DJs are free to do their broadcasts from anywhere that they want.
Sweet.
So, like my show, I produce it in my home studio. Then we upload my 2-hour show to the server, to the radio.co server, and then it cues it in at the right time and does all the hard stuff. So, cool. I just produce it, and it becomes basically an MP3 file, a 2-hour long MP3 file, and then the upstream, the cloud, the radio.co cloud deploys it at the right time.
And they take care of all the other stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, so it works online. But if you want, some of the DJs do them live, so we can all do it the way we want. Shannon, the owner of the Sparrow and the radio station, she calls us free range DJs, right? Because she lets us do whatever we want.
Oh,
she has the only rule she has, which is not really a problem, is don't go bad mouthing other DJs or something like that. Other than that, you can pretty much do what you want.
Nice.
We just have to do a disclaimer, saying the opinions expressed on the Jojo Bone show are not necessarily the opinions of right KBS.
And what kind of topics have you been touching on lately with your shows?
Well, what I'll do is like I'll pick it's kind of right now just for the paranormal stuff, you mean? I did like Betty and Barney Hill or something like that.
Nice.
Just kind of do a background. And I'm not nearly as good as Art Bell, but try to bring a little suspense to it. And and things like
Nice.
that. Some others, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's that kind of thing. Or
What's your favorite?
sometimes.
What's your favorite factoid of the Betty and Barney Hill story?
That's a good one. Well, what I think is interesting is the fact that when they came home, they had the missing time. They didn't really know what happened, really, until they went under hypnosis, right? But and to me, that would be trippy, knowing you're coming home and your clothes are disheveled and stuff, and something happened, and you can look on your watch and know time was missing and stuff, but not to know what happened, that itself would freak me out, And this was supposed to be their honeymoon. It was their belated honeymoon, right? And so it was supposed to be a happy occasion, but on their way back, that's when it happened. And so I think most of what they remembered was not recalled until they were until under hypnosis. And can you imagine being under hypnosis, and then they're going to play back to you all the things, everything you said?
I would not want to.
Oh man.
Well, how about the fact that she pointed out the star system that had yet to be discovered by scientists at that time?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean,
that to me is the best part.
That's super good proof right there.
Yeah. And you can imagine, and they recalled under hypnosis, they're on a country road and this distant light is following them, And when they slow down, it slowed down. When they speed up, it speed up. They go left, it would go left, And God, you're out there on the remote country roads, and what's it, Vermont, New Hampshire, whatever, and through kind of the mountains. And imagine what that would scare the heck out of me, And then they recalled under hypnosis. And I think the way they put it is it landed on top of their car. Now, I don't know what that means exactly. Did something land or did something just touch their car? I don't know, but they use the words that landed on top of our car. So I don't know if they stopped their car voluntarily or if it stopped their car and then it landed. And then for a while, that's all they could remember. And then they woke up, right? And then their hypnosis, I think each time they went under, they recalled more and more. That's the way I understand it, at least.
If that's the story I remember right, I think they did say that the car was like, it took control of the car and stopped it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And you think about it, they didn't want publicity. They were very much involved in activist things because they were a mixed race couple.
Right.
And at that time, that alone was controversial, right?
Exactly.
And
so
they didn't want to
They
be
weren't
the
seeking.
ones
They weren't seeking out celebrity.
No.
No.
They didn't need any more controversy in their lives.
Yeah.
So that alone makes them believable. Whatever they experienced, they believed it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Whatever it was, they believed it. I truly believe they were honest, forthcoming people. But abduction stuff is always so out there. If you have not gone through it, it's a real stretch to get your mind around it.
What do you think about the Travis Walton case? You know that one?
Yeah, I do. I can't recall the details offhand. Why don't you guys refresh my memory?
Well, he was out there logging with his crew.
Oh, yeah,
they were
that's
getting,
right. Go ahead.
Remember, they were getting ready to come back after a long day.
Right.
And something pulled him to the side of the road, and his buddy said, "Don't go near that light. Don't go near that light." And next thing you know, he's getting sucked up by a blue beam.
Well, he kind of rushed it too, didn't he? He kind of ran at the thing.
Yeah, he was drawn to it.
Yeah. and his buddy's saying, "Don't do that, don't do that," and he ran towards the thing, and and then the cops and the sheriff or whatever didn't believe him for the longest time. They just thought they were out spinning a yarn, which I can understand at that time,
But at the time, he passed multiple polygraphs, right?
That's what I recall. Yeah, yeah, he was. And their stories were consistent, and they talked to different guys at different times, right?
Have you seen some of his interviews with Joe Rogan?
No, I haven't. So tell me about, fill me in.
I think that Joe Rogan was onto it. I think he was really into his story, and he was believing him. I think he's a supporter of Travis Walton.
Absolutely.
But right now, there's there's tons of people in the community that of course, skeptics, people that don't want to, they think he made so much up. And then there's one of his buddies that was there with him that at that experience, and now he's trying to say that that Travis is making a whole bunch of stuff up. So there's scandal now.
I think that guy did come out and say that he made a bunch of stuff up, but then he felt bad afterward or something and rejected his comments.
Yeah, so
for a while he was saying that Travis was taking some stuff that was truth and then stretching it and sticking a yarn, and then he retracted.
He was blasting him pretty good for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. For whatever reason. I don't remember the reason why he was.
Now what evidentiary proof did Travis have? Did he have much other, just mostly a story?
Well, he was missing time. He was gone for days, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Not to mention the physical side in his body, had a number of things done to it.
So he had radiation exposure signs or something like that?
I'm only going by the different, interviews and things that I've heard, and you'll hear mixed stories, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing in this biz, that there are multiple channels back to the truth, whatever it is. And you got to decide which ones, you want to believe and how much, and how many of them maybe are just amping it up for their show or their book or whatever.
And nothing's been more critiqued than Roswell.
Oh man. Yeah, Roswell. Well, that's kind of the right, isn't that kind of Roswell kind of goes back to what we call the modern UFO era, right? That's kind of the stake in the ground.
Yeah,
Roswell, or 1946 is when the guy who saw the first flying, that's where they got the word flying saucer, right? Because that's the way he described them. And who was that in 1946?
Doesn't
ring, but that was the first, I guess. That was the one that got the national attention, right? Because it was post-war, and people.
Kenneth Arnold.
What does Jojo Bone think about what happened at Roswell? What really happened?
Kenneth Arnold. Yep.
That's a good question. I mean, I really don't know. I think it's cool. One explanation is that the government was just out there doing, secret stuff, because it was the very beginning of the Cold War. And, we were just out, spying on the Ruskies any way we could. And that was the, finally that came out. That was the excuse the military stuck with finally was, well, we had weather balloons out there and we were doing radiation measurements and stuff like that, blah, 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 right? Trying to figure out where they were in their development of their atom bomb, right? So, well, maybe. And then there's the guy who's, I think, dead now, but he remembers, the metal that they got from the site, how you could, bend it up and it would pop back into shape, perfectly.
Like the aluminum type, type material.
Some kind of aluminum. And maybe that's all it was. Maybe it was just a new material that people hadn't seen back then. But I don't know. I mean,
well, Well,
You know, I here's what I do in this all this stuff. I think, and there's kind of a message in life too, like whether you're talking politics or whatever, is you've got to be able to hold conflicting ideas in your mind at the same time, right? And give each of them their space. Because
Different
if
theories.
you don't know, that's what you got to do. You know, no one making you pick a side. You just take it for what it is. You know, you have these different explanations, and
Keep your mind
that's
open.
that's what I do. I just keep my mind open, and sometimes I hear conflicting accounts of whatever, and keep your mind open and hold them both in your mind at the same time. And
That's actually really good advice, because right now in the community there's so much infighting. Everybody wants to say, no, it's this, no, it's that. You saw this, you know, and that's actually really good advice, man. Keep your mind open
yeah,
to a lot of different possibilities.
right. I mean, not only in paranormal, but in just in like politics and things. Just hold. I mean, let's face it. A lot of politics, we can't know the absolute truth, even if there is absolute truth, right?
Yeah.
So you got to be able to hold these different accounts in your mind at the same time, and hopefully, eventually, it sorts itself out. But you know, you don't rush to conclusions and feel like you got to pick a side. You know, I got to pick a side to be on, and then I'm going to defend it. Which, you know, kind of like, well, I don't want to get political, but that's kind of what's happening now in modern politics, right? I remember back when I was a kid, you know, we didn't know what Walter Cronkite's politics were, and we didn't care because he was a news guy, right? And we just believed what he told us. You know, we never approached it that that Walter Cronkite has as we say today, an agenda, right?
The news wasn't slanted. It
Yeah.
wasn't biased towards one party or the other.
Most sources of news now have an agenda. They have a point of view. They report the news from.
They want those ratings.
Yeah.
Even the news
hit
you
it
get
right
from
on
the
the head.
neighbor at the coffee shop has bias on it.
Right.
Just by the way
It
they
does.
tell it.
That's right. It's all about making money now. It's infotainment, you know. It's
But don't you think, Jojo, the worst part of it is that how it divides us as a country, as a community. You know, it's so divisive that I think it almost is like it's almost like they want us to be divided, so that we're not powerful ourselves. We don't have strength, in numbers.
yeah. We start arguing about things that maybe have moral connotations, but in terms of the strength of the country and how the country should be managed and things like that, but they get us arguing about things that have nothing to do with that, right? That divide us emotionally and get us to argue about that.
It's all about trying to rile up the tribe with these tribal issues about stuff that is meaningless in the big grand scheme of things.
Right. I mean, it has nothing to do with economics or how or military or anything like that, about something that's substantive that are going to affect everybody. It's usually an emotional issue that we can't know the facts of usually. And so then it's fresh, right, to argue about all the time and divide us.
The last time I remember,
they're emotional issues too.
The last time I remember our country being united and close to each other, and we would have done anything for each other, is after 9/11.
I remember that. Yeah, wasn't that a great feeling for a while?
It was just it was so patriotic, man. Everybody was wearing American flags on their shirts and pins and buttons, and it was like
I remember united. That's when those flags were coming out that everybody had on their cars that you would roll up in your window. That's when those got real big.
And I remember
American flags everywhere.
What happened to me was talking about then. This was kind of the end of that when that started to fall apart. Is me and my wife at the time, we took this vacation, I don't know, Mexico or something. And we're down there. And the flight down, was American Airlines, and they'd called us up and saying, with all this stuff going on, la da da, would you mind? We're trying to marry some of our flights together, that aren't full. Would you mind, switching your flight to this and that? And we said, yeah, we don't mind. We're Americans. We're all in this together. Remember that? And we felt so good. We felt so patriotic. And we hung up the phone and said, man, we are great Americans, aren't we? Look at how we all stick together. Okay. So we got down to Mexico, for our 2 weeks or whatever. And then like the day or two before we're supposed to go, the phone rings and we pick it up. It was American Airlines again, right? They say, hey, you're American, fellow American. How do you marry the flights together? La, 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 la. And I put 2 and 2 together, and I can't remember how I figured this out. I remember thinking, well, that's bullshit. They're just doing this to save money,
right?
Make more money.
They found a way to.
This has nothing to do with the fallout from 9/11 or whatever. And I thought, at least for me, that was the beginning of the end of that era. But it was nice while it lasted, But then, what you got? You got a big corporation, exploiting us, and they're going to be the last ones out and the first ones to exploit us, right?
Yeah,
for that, and that's about money, and
all comes back to money.
All comes back to money.
And that was a crazy time.
But I remember that though. I don't want to rain on our parade here. I do remember those times where we all came together.
That's right.
And
well, it's not the only time in this country that we were all together. I mean, I was telling the guys about my grandfather that was in World War II. And, I was very close with him, and he told me a lot of stories about the way the country was at that time in the country, the way everybody was so united. And, they didn't get news anyway similar to the way we get news now. There was no internet, of course. There was no cable TV. Right. A lot of times they would go to the movie theater to find out what was happening overseas at the during the war. And
the movie tone news in that world, movie tone. That was a big one. It was a news.
They would show little clips of what was happening in the war before the feature film. But the reason I bring it up is because that was one of the last generations where it seemed like this country was united. We were patriotic and we wanted the best for our country, for our neighbors.
And I'm old enough. I can remember. Well, I was young at the time, but I wasn't old enough to serve, but the Vietnam years. In the Vietnam years that's when the big clash occurred between generations, right? Because like my father, who was in his 30s at the time, he had served during the Korean War. He wasn't in the Korean War, but he was in the military at that time. And of course, he was still of the generation where everybody got drafted. Right. And he was a kid when they were going through World War II and all that. And we were the good guys. Right. And that's what he grew up with. And then when the Vietnam War came around and the shoe was on the other foot suddenly, and there were arguments to be made, what are we doing there? Maybe we're not the good guys like we used to be. And we couldn't rely on information, and it wasn't like it used to be. Right?
That was when war really started dividing us rather than bringing us together, right?
You're right. And I remember
my father was a Marine Corps, United States Marine Corps, Vietnam. So I also heard plenty about that.
Yeah, and the kids would come back from the war, right? These young people. And war is hard enough to come back from anyway, if you survive, right? But having, kids your age now protesting you and calling you a baby killer and all those other things, man, that must have been terrible to go through.
Yeah.
Right. And those poor guys, they were just kids. They didn't, they just got drafted and they had to go,
Yeah. Right.
And they're right? Their goal was to go through, I guess, 1 year, right, and not get killed and get to come back.
Just
So
come
what do we
back
got to
home.
do, Jojo? What do we got to do, man, as a country to get united? What is it going to take, man, for us to stop being so divided and hateful with each other? And what do you think will make it change?
I think there needs to be a unified common enemy that we all agree on. Or not enemy, but something to fight against. We all, right? Now, you might have thought that a pandemic would have been kind of that, right? But turns out this pandemic, well, I think this pandemic's not bad enough. I mean, when I heard the word pandemic growing up as a kid, I always, pictured Soylent Green, man, people lying dead in the streets and stuff. And I think a lot of people did when you hear that word, that's what we got to get ready for. Brace ourselves, right? They're going to be picking up bodies on the streets every morning. Mm-hmm. And when that didn't happen, it divided us, right? Some people,
the worst thing for me was that it became a political issue, rather than a public health issue.
Right, exactly. And I think that the government didn't manage it right, and by that I mean they let it become divisive, and it should never become divisive, right?
That's right.
They should have just, stuck with the facts. Now, my point of view, and it's just my point of view, that's all. And my brother has a different point of view, and we used to argue, friendly arguments about it.
Yeah.
But I said what I think the way to manage this is to give the body politic, the people, as much real information, factual information as we can. And if we don't know it, then don't claim we know it. Just tell them what we know, right? Then let every individual make their own personal decision for themselves and their family of what they need to do to get through it. Yeah. And is that a perfect solution? Probably not. But I mean, here in the greater Austin area, I saw hundreds, maybe thousands of small businesses that were absolutely destroyed and went away because there were government rules and regulations that said they couldn't be in business, was the long and short of it, right? Mm-hmm. So they were going to go out of business. It was the law, the credo that was put out there was going to put them out of business. There's no recourse, right? Mm-hmm. And again, and then when you see that happen, and then people are waiting. Okay, well, any day we're going to see the bodies stacked in the streets, so then we'll understand. Since that never really happened, that divided us, right? And then the political interests started coming in, right? And the have and have-nots, and the vaxxers,
then we were
and the non-vaxxers, and
we were done then.
Yeah, and it just went crazy.
So it's gonna have to be something else other than the pandemic that's gonna bring us together. Then to draw our attention and our passions away from it. That's why I sometimes wonder what this whole UFO, UAP, government creating task force and more politicians getting involved and wanting to throw their names in there. How this might have something to do with maybe trying to change the headlines.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody seen the video of the escorted UFO?
I did see that, Papa Willie. I saw it.
I just seen it a couple seconds ago for the first time. Like, I'm not up to date on none of this stuff.
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
Is this it?
This one right here.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. That is nuts, man. If I saw that, I would be freaking. If I saw that in real life, I would be so freaking.
Yeah, that's insane right there.
Somebody called it a tic tac, but I wonder if that might be better categorized as an orb.
Well, has the government and the agencies given an official explanation yet? Have they made a stab at it?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. No.
I mean, that footage is so crazy. What could you say it is? I mean,
Right.
you know. Well, once
Yeah.
you guys explain it, some of you know the whole UFO versus UAP and all that. You think they're trying to rebrand things? It's kind of like we're going to make another stab at it, but we got to change the acronym because
That's what
UFO
Spaghetti
has,
was talking about today.
yeah, UFO's got it's too overloaded with too many meanings to too many people. So let's come up with a new one and start over.
Yeah, I think they want to separate the old from the new. So the
Right.
old is the UFO from back in the 40s, 50s, 60s, all that. And then from, what was it, 2014 when the Tic Tac incident happened, that's when they started calling them UAPs. So it's almost like they want to get rid of all the old information and stories that happened prior to
Spaghetti,
2014.
like Spaghetti just commented, rebrand for the Department of Defense. Why? So that they can get more in the budget for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to put the word UFO, which has been, lambasted for decades, and so they want to make it UAP to sound more official.
Right.
Get rid of the stigma.
Right.
Yeah. And like me, I'm an old guy, so I kind of like UFO. It kind of comes out, Like I like to say the
Same
word.
here.
I like the word
too.
ufology. Ufology.
Right
It's like,
on.
whoa. Yeah, I like it that way. See, UAP, I just like, what is it?
Right
UAPology? What do they call that now? They have an ology for UAP?
I say bring
not that
back the
I've
flying saucers, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
I like the Bob Lazar flying saucers.
Me too.
The one I seen was a triangle, so saucer wouldn't fit it.
The Day the Earth Stood Still, man. The Day the Earth Stood Still. That was a great movie. Right?
That's taking it back.
That's taking it back.
Ways back.
One of my favorite movies, could be my favorite sci-fi movie of all time, is Forbidden Planet. You remember Forbidden Planet?
I don't think I know that one.
Okay. Oh man, promise me, all of you guys, you will watch the Forbidden Planet.
We got homework.
Yep, right here.
Forbidden
Homework.
Planet. It is the sci-fi space movie that so many things after are based on. In fact, the whole buddy thing, like on Star Trek and all that was first done on Forbidden Planet. It has Leslie Nielsen on it, and he's the captain of the ship, right? But it's a straight roll. It's not a funny thing. You keep waiting for him to say something stupid and funny.
Like an airplane.
Yeah, right. And it doesn't happen, man. You're like, come on, Leslie. Say something stupid, make me laugh. But it's great. Now it's a little corny, but it's still for its day. I think it still holds up, and the special effects, even though very primitive, were very impactful and very much served the story that was being told. And given the time, it was back in the 50s that it was done, you think, man, how did they do them that well? I mean, you can tell it's not computer generated stuff, but I mean, it's really good. Like I'll just give you a little heads up. Like they're going through. I don't want to run it for you, but I better not say this. But anyway, just see it. Just see it. Right? Yeah, that's the ship.
I love it, man. That's awesome looking.
And remember, there's
That's
a robot.
real UFO.
There's a robot called Robbie the robot that would be sometimes the alien robot that you would see on Lost in Space back in the day. Remember they had their
I
robot.
did see that.
And then they had the other robot that was Robbie the robot. Well, Robbie the robot was from that movie. That was what they made the robot from, right?
Is that the one that said "Danger, Will Robinson"?
No, that was the family's robot, right? That was the good robot,
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of times Robbie would, and they used, there's Robbie, and he came on more than once on that show, even, right?
I remember.
And he had always played the evil robot or the alien robot or something, right? But that's Robbie. That's called him. The people in Hollywood called him Robbie the robot, and
he looks like he's about 10 tons.
He was built for the movie Forbidden Planet. Yeah, promise me you'll see Forbidden Planet. It is good.
The
It is
Forbidden
good.
promise.
Planet. I
It
promise
is
you.
good.
I'll
We'll have
watch
to
it.
check
Really
out
good.
now.
Maybe we'll
Yeah.
watch it on StreamYard. We'll do a watch party.
Maybe we'll have a viewing party. Yeah, watch party.
That would be
Yeah.
cool. Hey, I'll be there.
That sounds
You guys
awesome.
do that. I'm there.
Yeah,
I mean,
we got like
isn't
20
that cool,
minutes.
man?
Yeah, how long's the movie? We'll have to pay some royalties out.
Yeah, that's one of the basic hour and a half, hour and 40-minute movies, kind of thing.
I think my favorite UFO movie was probably Close Encounters with Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, that was
And
a
it
good
wasn't
movie.
it wasn't only because of the aliens and the UFOs, but it was I think the part that I liked the most about it was the character Richard Dreyfuss played, about how it worked his way into his mind. It what's the right word? It just crept into his mind, right? Just little pieces. He saw things, and then slowly he became obsessed with what was happening. He had to find out more. He was driven. He actually went somewhat mad. He built the
Devil's Tower.
Devil's Tower and his kitchen on his kitchen
and
table.
He started with mashed potatoes. Remember?
Right. Mm-hmm.
At the kitchen table.
Yeah.
And his son looks at Dad and starts crying. Dad's going nuts.
But isn't that true though? It happens. Yeah. I mean, it may not happen exactly like that with everybody, but most of us get the bug, and then we just go a little bit kind of crazy trying to find out more and more and more. Then we end up on YouTube on a podcast talking about it.
Sure. And I remember the French scientist on there. He was so cool. Remember? Because
Jacques Vallée.
These people they went up and they went through, they busted through all the military stuff, right? And they climbed up the tower and they got there. Remember the guy said, well, what are they doing here? Maybe we should put them away or blah, blah, blah. And he goes, no, they were meant to be here. He got it, right?
Yeah.
The aliens wanted those people there. They had
that French doctor is supposedly based off of the real life French scientist Jacques Vallée.
Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing that. I know the Jacques Vallée. I mean, know of him, of course. I've seen him and stuff, but that's so cool.
And Dr. Alan Hynek, who did the UFO Project Blue Book back in the 50s, right? Mm-hmm. He was also an expert that they used to help them tell the story. Steven Spielberg.
Now all these movies. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's Devil's Tower.
Okay, right now he's thinking. Right now he in his mind he's thinking about that. What he's seen.
He's busted, man. He got busted. Busted bad. Dad is nuts.
I don't know how long we can play that for, but
have you seen that movie, Chad? Please tell me.
Yes, I have.
Oh, hallelujah.
That's great. Now the one really hokey part. Okay. I'm a retired engineer, so
all alien movies got to have a hokey part, at least one.
Remember when they're doing the music on the tower?
Oh yeah,
right, right, and then that's right, yeah, and they're doing the music back and forth, right, and stuff, and then the guy says, "Okay, we've broken the code. We're going to let the computers now take over, right?" And the computers were going to exchange information, remember, but musically, and they're going, and that showed the keyboard with the keys going up and down.
Yeah.
Like that was necessary for the keys on the MIDI keyboard to go up and down by themselves.
Come on, Jojo, don't go debunking my favorite alien UFO movie.
I have to say that kind of made me laugh out loud a little bit, but I let it
you were LOLing before people were LOLing.
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. And they made one of the mistakes they made when they were doing some of the scenes, because they would do the scenes, and they'd move to different states to tell different parts of the story. Well, his car, let's see, the Devil's Tower was it Arizona? I don't know where it's at. Is it Arizona? New Mexico? Somewhere.
No,
Devils.
It's I can't think of the name of the state.
Idaho? Where is it?
Well, whatever state it was, they had mistakenly, because I know what happened. The people,
Wyoming.
the producers and stuff, stuff, they just told him, okay, go in there and change all the plates on all the cars because they got to be in this different state, right? Well, they changed the plate on his car to that state, which was we say in the biz, erroneous. That was an erroneous thing. I'm sorry. I didn't want to bust your bubble, but that was one of the little things they screwed up. Because there are people, you can go on websites, and I guess it's called continuity. It's called continuity. And whenever they do,
even today, JoJo's LOLing. And JoJo's like, get real, y'all.
Oh, that's so funny. Thank you for doing that. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, man.
Thanks, Jamie.
But it's called in the biz. It's called continuity, and they have experts, and that's all their job is to look for continuity errors, right? And of course there are people that think it's funny and they make it a hobby, and you can go through any movie and find continuity errors where they just mess things up, like one scene, the guy says something and his tie is this way, and the camera, looks away and looks back, and his tie's over on this side now. It's just crazy stuff, and like that, all those kind of things. But anyway, yeah, I like Close Encounters. It was groundbreaking for its time.
What about newer ones? Have you seen like The Martian with? I can't remember who was in that, but The Martian was a really funny one.
Yeah,
funny and.
Well, I remember
it had some action packed in it too.
That was Matt Damon, wasn't it?
Matt Damon, yeah.
The Martian, yeah, that was a great movie. I liked that.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of a good study, a scientist figuring out how to survive. It's kind of interesting from that point of view.
Making potatoes.
How about this latest one that's on Netflix, Chad? Have you seen that one? Don't Look Up?
No, I haven't watched that one yet. There's a lot of mixed reviews on that movie. Some people really like it, and some people don't like it.
Well, one thing that is a turnoff for me for modern sci-fi movies is when people tell me, you got to see it, the special effects are awesome. I'm thinking, okay. If you're telling me to see it for the special effects, I'm not impressed, okay? I mean, I don't mind really good special effects, but if you're telling me that's the thing to see is the special effects, I want to see a great story. That's what I want. Right? Are you guys with me on that?
Yes.
Special effects are okay, but don't tell me go see it for the special effects.
The thing with special effects now is every movie has awesome special effects. So it's like
they're all good.
We're past the point of being impressed or surprised.
Right. Oh, delivery got there.
Oh, Uber Weeds here.
Uber Weed.
Man. All right. Hey, do you guys mind if I take a quick break and go run and get something to drink and come back?
Not at all. You go right ahead.
Am I permitted? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take you out, and then when you come back and sit down, I'll bring you back in.
I'll be back in 95 seconds.
And
he knows how long it takes.
He knows how long. Yep. So, Spooky, you don't have access to the backstage, right? Like, you don't have access to Paranormal Chop Shop?
You're right.
Yeah, we have to add you as a new seat.
I know.
Sonny wasn't sure if he wanted me or not.
Oh,
I gotta pay more money. That's all.
I logged into StreamYard today and noticed that I could go live on the Spooky Morales channel if I wanted to.
What?
Yeah, that might have been an accident on your part.
Wait, I gotta fix that.
No, I don't even really know what I'm doing. I mean,
I went to the top right on the Chad Smith podcast, and it says you can select 3 destinations you want to stream to, and one of the destinations was your face. It says Spooky Morales. I'm like, oh, I could go live on his channel right now. This is Chad Smith on Spooky Morales' podcast or YouTube channel.
Well, at least there would be some content there.
Yeah.
Right now there's 0.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe I'll upload something while I'm going through a slap happy phase or something.
While we were talking to Jojo, Josh was talking about the case from Zimbabwe at the Ariel School, and I felt kind of bad that we didn't really address it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Josh is right. That is actually my favorite case
The Zimbabwe
so
case.
far. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I mean, when you see those
mean-
little innocent children telling the same stories basically and they tell it, all at the same time, talking to that Dr. John Mack, the late John Mack, and you could just see it in their faces what they had been
Yeah.
through, and what they were. Some of them were scared to death with the messages that they were told about how, we were killing our planet, we were, eventually killing each other because of that, and that they saw devastation in our future if we didn't, make
Mhm.
some major changes.
Over technical. Too much technology.
Over technology. And like I told you, that just happened to be around the same time as we started getting personal computers into our homes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the things you don't hear us talk about a lot, I guess, because it's not politically correct, and that is well, you used to hear it back in the day, like when I was like in high school and stuff, but you don't hear a lot of it anymore. And that is fundamental to a lot of our problems that you were just discussing, is the fact that we have too many friggin' people on the planet now. The planet supports a lot of human beings, which means a lot of civilization, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of really stressing our resources and such. And
a lot of chance for there to be a lot more abuse to our natural resources and our beautiful planet.
So what do we do, in the West and, well, even in the East, developed countries, is we tell the third world nations, the undeveloped countries, sorry, we're not going to let you guys do what we did because there ain't enough to go around. So in the interests of the planet, we don't want you guys to have, a burgeoning economy and lots of cars and lots of fancy stuff, right? I mean, I don't know. I sound like an asshole, don't I? But
no, I've actually thought about that before. I mean, it's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
We kind of do that. We tell them, like, don't cut down the rainforest because we need that. Well,
we need that over here.
Yeah. Well, so
like,
yeah,
well, you guys did it.
Yeah. Well, I know you guys need that to become what we are, to have everything we have, but we don't want you to do that. Okay, stop it. Stop it,
man.
Now, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good to cut down the rainforest. I'm just saying,
yeah,
are any of us, and me included, by saying, well, I'm one of those rainforest guys, I'm just going to write them a check for $100 every month and send it down there because I'm a good guy, so they can have what I got. Well,
I think
so I'm a bit of a hypocrite.
Stuff, it would balance a lot of that out.
Pardon?
Yeah.
I believe that if we didn't go to the grocery store to get our vegetables and stuff, and we grew a lot of it ourselves, it would balance a lot of that out.
And look here, I'd be the first to admit, I'm a carnivore, man. I'm here in Texas, and we like our steaks big and rare.
Right?
But that takes an awful lot of resources to make a steak.
Yeah. That's true.
It does. So that's like, well, another thing I think is funny are wealthy people and I don't want to get political, but it tends to be more on the left. You have people who are very wealthy and very powerful, and they have lots of homes and planes and everything, just like folks on the right do. Okay. They're not any worse, any better. But when they started getting pressure on, like, well, you guys are telling us to save the planet, right? And you're calling the guys on the other side, planet killers. But aren't you rich guys doing the same thing on your side?
Exactly.
Remember?
Yep.
And so, and remember, Al Gore was one of the ones who came up with, he was an investor in one of the first companies that was going to be the carbon points, companies, are those still around? Where you could be rich and have 6 jet planes and 12 houses around the world and have this huge carbon footprint, but to not feel guilty, you could buy back your carbon points from one of these companies. And they supposedly invested it in a way that, canceled out your carbon footprint, right? And that's how you, and it was mostly for politicians, I think, just because they were getting heat, right? And they were saying, okay, we got to have a way to explain why I got 6 houses, right? And stuff like that. Okay, I just say I don't want to get political on down. I don't mean to pick on people on the left, but people on the right have their things too. So, but I just thought it was kind of a funny concept. Really, it was like, well, what if you really believe it? Why don't you just go down to one house? Why don't you fly on a commercial airplane? Or they go to the environmental, the global warming summit, and they all take their private jet to the global warming summit. True story. I mean, they do. These wealthy, high-powered dudes. Okay, that's good. Am I cutting them down? I guess I sound like I am. I don't mean to. I got things like that in my life too. It's just
you're only pointing out the truth.
Yeah,
things that are actual factual.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got some of the biggest people that are in environmentalists that are, save the planet and recycle and screaming this and that about what we got to do to save the planet. Next thing you click on something on the internet and you see them out on some big old $100 million yacht, destroying the ocean.
And at least the guys on the right say, yeah, I got a $100 million yacht and I don't give a shit. So hey, more power to you. All right. There you go. I like that. At least you're an asshole, but at least you're an honest asshole. Okay.
You're an asshole, but at least you're honest.
The only reason I don't like talking politics and I don't watch the news anymore either is because I just don't have any faith that anybody in any one of those parties is going to be able to do anything to help us with how bad we've got the country and the planet in. I agree. The dedication and the drive to get things done is just not there. It's just too divided and too biased.
Well, and
so a little guy like me, what good does it do for me to get involved in it, in the politics? They're going to do what they're going to do. Right.
Well, and look, going back to what we were saying earlier, because we're so smart, we were talking about how they divide us with these trivial issues that are very emotional and so forth. Well, that's because if you look at the parties, what they really do, they're really kind of the same, right? I mean,
exactly.
It doesn't matter who's in office. We keep spending money we don't have. The deficit keeps going up. La-di-da-di. I mean, it's all the same stuff. It doesn't really matter.
It's just the same old thing, man. And what happens? So now we got this party in charge, and they got control of Washington, and the other party's screaming about how they need to get out so that they can get in and fix everything. And then it's just going to be the same damn thing again the next 4 years. It's like it's just they insult our intelligence, man.
Right. And I have friends. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle they're on. Yeah, whichever party's in charge, I say, see what they're doing. They're doing this, they're doing that. I said, the other guys do the same thing. Come on.
Exactly.
It's all the same thing. The shoe's on the other foot. That's all. It's the same stuff. And
I'm just like, if one of these UFOs would just come down and take us away, I think that'd be the best thing that could happen.
Yeah, remember the movie Mars Attacks? Yeah, part of me is kind of like in there going, all right. Yeah.
Or what if what's that one movie where those egg-shaped things come down and just kind of hover above the ground, and then they have to send 2 people up there to communicate and then translate the messages back and forth? Do you remember that one? It's like an egg
I
shape.
remember
Arrival.
things.
Arrival.
Yeah,
Arrival,
with the things floating in the sky.
Yep.
Yeah,
Ships that
Arrival, I
floated in
think.
the sky for decades and decades.
Even that might bring us together because,
Yeah.
I mean, people would be like, well, obviously this isn't the government. Something else is going on here.
Well, do you think that...
He's Caucasian Sasquatch. How's it going?
Oh, look at that picture. That's wicked.
Caucasian sky. Oh, I like that.
That
Man, I'm
that
digging
profile
that
picture is sick.
Yeah.
Oh man, wow. It's kind of terrifying me, but I can't look away. You know. All right, but
Connor
I wonder,
with Bigfoot on. How's it going, man?
Like, are we just? I mean, if they're here, let me just say it that way. If they're here, they've been here for a long, long time, right? And like, what is their agenda? Because I guess if they're here, they could just land and, go to the Jiffy Lube or whatever they want to do. And, but they don't, they're just, and if they wanted to be totally stealthy, I guess they could do that too, couldn't they? Couldn't they never be seen if they didn't want to be seen? Don't you think? Don't you think? I mean, if they could come all this way, they would have the technology. They could watch us and stuff without being seen somehow. I'm thinking. I don't know. But I'm wondering, what's their agenda? Are they slowly acclimating us to them being here?
I think so.
And then so they just giving us little tastes here and there,
Yeah, they saw us developing and dropping the nuclear weapons, and now they're like, we need to get these guys back on the right track.
That's trippy, and I believe those guys wholeheartedly. There's too many of them that said, they've been in those silos when the missiles went offline.
Yeah, they don't want us messing with that crap.
And then the ships went away and the missiles came back online. And that's believable, and maybe that's one of their little things.
That even happened over there at that. That even happened over there at that your favorite case at the Rendlesham in England. They had missiles that were active, and they were loaded up, and those missiles were turned off. And it wasn't done by the government.
Right.
Gosh, I remember, talking about missile silo. Okay, I'm going to jump topics here just because I'm nuts.
Go.
But remember the movie War Games back in like the 80s? Yeah. I mean, talk about a hokey movie, but I liked it was a fun movie, wasn't it? The Whopper, remember Whopper? The Whopper.
I do remember that movie.
They said they were going to bypass those guys in the missile silos and just let Whopper control everything automatically, right? Remember, because of the beat, and that was cool. Remember how the movie started? That they did the drill, and the guys in the silo didn't know it was a drill, right? And the dude, and this is actually true. One of them has a gun to shoot the other one. I don't know. All this game theory and all this stuff. They have a certain protocol for a reason, right? That maximizes the chance that the orders will be executed, right? And I remember, man, it was intense. And the dude says, "Sir, turn your key, sir." And he's got his gun out, pointed at his head and all that, because both guys had to turn their keys and all that stuff. And I remember, I was just in my mid to early 20s, and I didn't know a lot about the world yet. And I saw that, and I thought, wow, that's cool. And then later I find out that part of the movie is pretty realistic. That's really the way it is. Two guys down in the control room with the silo, each have their keys. They have the code books and, all that stuff. But then it was just a cute movie.
That was the movie with Matthew Broderick.
Yeah. And Ali Sheedy when she was cute. Remember Ali Sheedy?
Yep.
She was like the cute girl next door, you had to love her. Come on. She was. I had a crush on. I had a 20-year-old crush on her. She was so cute. I said, I love you, Ali Sheedy. I love you. I did.
I'll be back, you guys.
Okay, no problem, sweet.
I loved Ali Sheedy. She was so good. But remember, and they had the old-fashioned modems where you stick your phone in the little suction cup deals. Your phone. God, I love that stuff. That was cool. And it showed him, logging in, changing his grade. And like, yeah, dude, change your grade. Yeah, screw the man. Yeah. And then the funny
I never
scene,
watched
remember?
that one.
Yeah, it's not deep. It's just fun. It's just a fun movie, okay?
Yeah.
And,
I haven't
It's
seen
a
any
cute
movie,
movie.
man. It's bad. Every movie people bring up, they're like, "You seen this movie?" Nope. Yeah, it is.
but yeah, so that, I don't want to give you too many.
JoJo, it's
see
so
the
bad.
movie if you see it, watch it. I mean, I wouldn't say don't go out of your way to watch it. But
Okay.
It's so bad with Chad. I made the reference to him one day about a week ago and told him no one puts baby in the corner, and he said, "What's that?" Dirty Dancing, and he goes, "What's that?" And I told him, "It's a movie. You've never seen that?" And he said, "Nope." I was like, "Jesus, man." I've
this
never
Chad,
seen that
this
one.
Chad,
Yep.
Yeah,
never seen Dirty Dancing?
that's what I said.
Are you
Nope.
kidding me?
No, I've seen Forrest Gump. Does that
That means
count?
he's never
That's
tried
a
to
fun
lift in the
movie.
pool or nothing.
Yeah, that's girl. And who's the actress in that movie? Gosh, I forgot her name.
Oh, that was the girl from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, she was in that, and then she got into that movie as a leading role. And then,
Mhm.
and remember, she's really cute, but she had that kind of this Jewish nose, kind of on the big side, but still very cute. It looked good on her. It was cute. Well, when she got her nose done, right shortly after that movie, she got a nose job.
Jennifer Grey.
Jennifer Grey got a nose job, and it destroyed her career because she looked so different. First of all, no one could see that she was from Dirty Dancing. That's the first one. Secondly, she was, I guess you could say, better looking, but not as cute. You know what I mean? Not as
Yeah.
She just didn't
not
have
as
the same.
castable. Not as
Yeah.
castable. Because she
need to
had
get
the
about 6 more
she
of
ha-
them and some other stuff done and all that
She had-
mess like they're doing now.
Oh no.
she had that cute girl next door look, that was just, I had a crush on her too.
Joey said she looked dramatically different afterward.
Yeah, she did. I mean, you couldn't tell it was the same person.
Wow.
I mean, even after people told you, you got to kind of look and I don't know about that, but it's the truth. It really
Okay.
changed her appearance.
Huh.
So it was hard for her to get cast after that, from the inertia from because that was a summer blockbuster, right? Dirty Dancing. That was happening back in the day.
Yeah, I definitely know it's a huge title. I just haven't sat down and watched it.
Well, Chad, you need to see Dirty Dancing.
I know. I need to have a podcast where we just make a list of all the movies I need to watch.
Right. We need to have like a Chad day once a month where it's a movie Chad has not seen.
That would be great.
And make it a whole kind of, the community gets together and supports you. It's kind of our intervention. It's our intervention in your
Chad,
life.
we're here for you, okay? We're here for you.
We're here for you, man.
And then
I'll help
after
you
you
get
watch
through this
Dirty
time.
Dancing, Chad, right after you watch it, you have to go watch the you can go to YouTube and watch the clip of the Chippendales dancer scene from SNL.
I've
with
definitely seen that a
Ron
million
Marley.
times.
That's
Seen that a million times.
Yeah.
That is funny.
That was classic.
Chris Farley was so funny. God, he died way too young, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
I remember he was the speaker, right? The motivational speaker.
Yeah.
Live in a van down by the river. That was hilarious.
That actually sounded a lot like him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
You're gonna be living in a van.
down by the river. God, that was so funny. But the Chippendales dancer was
Welcome back,
funny,
Spooky.
you know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I heard some Chris Farley.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You did, Spooky.
Yeah.
You did, Spooky.
Right on.
You're not going to be using your papers for writing, but for rolling doobies.
That's right.
Yeah, good one, Chad. Good one, dude.
Good. Okay, Chad's
Yep, Matt
behind on his
Foley.
movies, but not on his old episodes
Not
of
on-
SNL.
I'm not behind on Chris
classics.
Farley, man. I've seen a lot of Chris
Oh,
Farley.
yeah, man.
Oh, Matt Foley, that was another good one he does.
Grew up on Chris Farley.
Yeah, yeah, when he goes in there and does the Matt Foley, you're gonna be living in the van down by the river, and falls on that coffee table. Oh
Yeah.
man,
That is so
What do you
good.
want to do with your life? I
Yeah,
want to live in a van down by the river. Well, you're going to have a lot of time to do that when you're living in a van down by the river.
But
You
I
got that,
love-
Cliff?
Chad, you
I
got
can
it.
probably
I
pull
love
that up,
the
but
one
we'll
you
get
came
taken
up
off
with.
YouTube.
You're gonna be using that paper to be rolling doobies. That was a good,
Yeah, that's the
that was a
classic.
good one to pull up.
Oh.
Rolling doobies.
We got a regular Bill Shakespeare over here, huh?
Bill
You have to change it to-
Shakespeare, that's right.
you'll be living in a van like Big Willie down by the river.
That was great. You know, there's some good ones back in the day, you know.
I
Remember
do a
what this-
mean Alex Jones and a flawless Yogi Bear.
Hey, boo, boo.
Let's hear it.
Oh, no,
Actually,
yeah,
my
that's
new-
Caucasian Sasquatch that said that.
Then the flawless Yogi Bear.
Flawless Yogi Bear.
Man, I remember. I mean,
Cut guy in a little coat.
Alex Jones came out of Austin, and I can remember back in the early days before he was on the national map, right? Him doing stuff, right?
Mhm.
And over the years, he just got crazier and crazier. I mean, like way back, you could almost say, yeah, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for informing me, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd watch the InfoWars and all that. And I
Yeah.
didn't know that. And then you'd look stuff up. He said, well, shit, there it is. He's telling me the truth, right? And then, you know, the years passed. And then now I've seen stuff of this guy. It's like, huh? Huh?
Huh?
Wow. My
What?
head's exploding now. It's exploding. But I remember back when he did the film, you guys, and he was just starting to get on the national scene. And they had this thing, he did this little documentary where he brought his cameras and stuff. And then he went down to, what do they call is it in California where they do the retreat with all the rich dudes? What's that called? And it's
Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, the Bohemian Grove. And he crashed the Bohemian Grove, right?
Yeah.
And he went down the river. I guess there's a way to go in the back
the van.
way. And yeah. And he snuck in there, and I thought that was fun. That was cool. You know, back in the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, that's
days.
pretty cool.
That was
story.
cool.
He told
I dug
that on Rogan's show.
Yeah, because I recall he actually stuck in there and had cameras, and he filmed some of the stuff. You know, where they got the big dude, the big statue, and they're doing all this crazy shit rituals and stuff, and they're like, "Wow, that's wild stuff, man." But what's funny is all these wealthy and/or influential people, that are part of that, and it's kind of like, well, it's a private club; they can do whatever they want. But I'd kind of like to know what goes on,
Yeah.
It'd be cool. To
Definitely
see what's going on.
strange.
Yeah, it's like the Bilderbergs too. It's like, what goes on in there? And what's another one? What is it? Crap, I'm getting old now. Anyway, the guys that oh gosh. Anyway, I'm old. This is what's going to happen to you guys someday.
Oh, it happens to me
This
already.
shit. The senility starts before you know it. And by the time
man.
you're really
He's making me
senile,
drool.
by the time you're really senile, you won't believe it, right? I'm going to say, Jojo, you're saying nutty shit now.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you talking about?
What the
Get
hell
out
are you
of my
talking
trees, you kids. Get out of my trees.
about? Get off my lawn.
Get off my land.
There's Bohemian Grove,
Jeez.
supposedly.
Jojo, you don't have any land. This is what we call the retirement home. So
You're in the retirement home, sir.
Yeah, you're in it, man. I said, bullshit. You kids get out of my trees. Get out of my room. Get out of my house. That'll happen. That's the way it happens.
Well, the cool thing about that is we're all on the same path.
Yeah, we all.
Nobody gets away from that.
You
Chad,
know, we all start off wearing our pajamas all day, and we end up wearing our pajamas all day. It's kind of a full circle.
It's everything,
You know?
yep, equal balance. It all
What's
comes
the
around.
song? There's a song for every season. For every season, there's a reason. Turn, turn, turn. Remember that song? Turn.
Yep.
Well, that's what it is, man. It's all good. It's going to happen to us all.
I know that one.
You know?
Pajamas.
So, it's okay.
Yeah, I like the pajamas. I like that.
It's going to happen.
Have them on all day when we're kids and have them on all day when we get older.
Well, I'm already at the age. I remember like a movie that I've seen, but I don't really remember the movie. I just remember it was a good movie, right? So I can watch the movie all over again.
Yeah.
Not remembering it from the first time.
That's right. I mean,
in fact, I should
sounds
watch
good to me.
Forbidden Planet again.
It might be like the first time you've ever seen it.
It might be. There are probably things in there I can't remember. You know? Now, I do remember they had a real babe in the movie. And the captain, which is Leslie Nielsen, right, is hitting on the babe. You know, just like Kirk, Captain Kirk in the Star Treks, you know? You know, like usually he got the chick. Now, occasionally, you know, like Bones would get the girl. And maybe even Scotty, the poor fucking engineer, right?
But they weren't hot pinups like the ones Captain Kirk got.
No, yeah, right. That's right. I mean, Captain Kirk, sometimes he'd get some women with like green alien scaly skin and stuff. It's like, whoa, that is kinky shit right there. You know,
That's
Kirk,
hot.
That's his hot. He would go for it. He didn't care.
Lizard booty.
That's right. He liked the lizard booty. He went right for it. And then I remember there was one episode where Spock got the chick, remember? Or got a chick, remember?
I never watched Star Trek, but I've seen some parts of it, but enough to know who the characters are, but not enough to know that.
Jojo, I'm going to add it to the list.
Well, the one where Spock got the chick, so where they went down to this planet, and they had these flowers, right, that would like shoot spores out at you.
Oh, I do remember that.
And they're like, woo, it's screw with you. And all of a sudden, you just turn into like an instant hippie. You know, you just like peace and love, and let's smoke shit we find, and
Peace and love, peace and love.
And Spock, that happened to Spock, you know.
Yeah, he got Cosby'd.
Oh God.
Like, Mr. Spock, what are you doing behind those rocks over there?
Got Cosby'd.
Get over here, Spock.
I remember that episode.
Yeah.
We're supposed to just be smoking shit we find. I like that.
All right, you know,
Peace and love, smoke shit we find.
I mean, I'm old school, you know. I still like the original Star Treks. You know, they were, you know, the special effects were good for their times, but you know, but they
Like
were
you
never
said.
really about that anyway. You know,
Yeah, like you said, it's not about that.
yeah,
Used to
It's
be
more-
about the
Captain
story.
Did
They would
Captain
have, like,
Kirk really ever say? Did he really ever say, "Spock, are you out of your Falcon mind"? Did that ever get
Falcon
said?
mind?
I don't
Yeah.
think he said that.
No, he didn't.
Really?
That's just a joke. Vulcan mind? Is it?
Yeah.
They also
Very
never
good.
said, "Beam me up, Scotty."
They didn't.
He
Oh,
never
yeah,
said
we
that
already
either.
discussed that.
I
Nope.
can
Yeah,
believe that.
Willie says they never said that. Big Willie.
Oh, okay.
That's a Mandela effect.
The movie Casablanca, right? Which is like known for producing more cliches than any movie ever in the history of Hollywood, right?
Mhm.
Well, the one cliche, the most famous cliche from Casablanca is "Play it again, Sam." Right? Humphrey Bogart certainly said, "Play it again, Sam." Okay, this is a bar bet. You will win. Humphrey Bogart never said, "Play it again, Sam." And I promise you, you can trust me, but if you need to, go watch the movie. He never said, "Play it again, Sam." There was a scene. There was a scene where he said, "If you can play it for her, you can play it for me. Play it." Okay, that he said, but he never said, "Play it again, Sam."
Isn't that wild how it got twisted over the years that people think that was like the most famous line?
And there are people that think they saw the movie and saw it. That's
Yeah.
the thing. It's like, what do they call that now where you have false memories and
the Mandela.
The Mandela effect. Yeah, that was like one of the first ones. People say, "No, man, you're wrong. I saw the movie." No, you didn't. You didn't see the
No,
movie
you
I
didn't.
saw. Yeah, you never said that, man.
That's crazy.
But go sometime. Okay, that's another movie. Chad, you haven't seen Casablanca, have you?
Nope.
I could have guessed that. All right. See Casablanca. See Casablanca and count the number of cliches in that movie. Okay. If you hear a cliche in that movie, chances are it originated in that movie. And there are all kinds of them. There are all kinds of them. Like, this could be the beginning of the beautiful friendship. That cliche. That's in there.
Yeah.
Gosh, I think I read somewhere like 7 to 9 famous cliches that came out of Casablanca.
That'd be a cool video to make.
And one that came out, like I just told you, that really was never in there. That came out of Casablanca. So that's how my mind works. I just jump around from
Casablanca.
Maybe it's in the book.
List.
Right. Yes.
But anyway, take that out. You know, that's a bar bet. Win yourself $100 right there. You go. Easy $100 right there. Never said it.
Never said it. There's a bunch of those though that people swear to God they've seen.
So put it this way: had he really said it, you could go on YouTube and find the clip where he really said it, right? And you won't find it because he never said it.
See you, Joey. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
All right, man. Spaghetti
Lee. Dude, you and Spaghetti Lee could probably talk for 3 hours, I bet. He's from New York.
Spaghetti Lee's awesome. He's got a good show.
Yeah, he's got a good show over there.
He tends to keep it oriented in a direction too. We're kind of don't know how with it.
Well, I think
one thing I like about a lot of our shows now is that the paranormal or UFOs kind of where we start is kind of what we
come back to,
orbit around. We take these juicy little excursions, into different things and then come back. And I like that. Keeps it lively.
Mind. Yep.
Keeps it lively.
What
do you think?
We're not just talking about. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, what are you thinking, Spooky? You're looking pensive over there, like you've got something going on.
It's just the thing that the whole UFO and alien UAP subject it's not just about UFOs. It's about life.
Yeah.
It's about how we, where we came from, how we started, what happens after we die. It's about so many different parts of life. And that's why I think that it's okay to go in and out of different, topics on the subject, because it really affects so many different facets of our existence, really. I mean, we look at shows like Ancient Aliens, and they take us all around the world, and they show us these sites that nobody can agree on what year they were made. Nobody can agree on who made them. It's the greatest mysteries of mankind.
I agree. And before you know it, we're rolling doobies down by the river.
I hope so. That's what everyone needs to start doing. Everyone needs to just get off YouTube or stay on YouTube. Keep watching Chop Shop. Get off Facebook and Twitter and just go out and smoke doobies with each other.
Spooky just got doobied.
Spooky got doobied.
By Jojo Bone?
Yep. It's going to go down in history.
Me and Papa Willie couldn't count the times we've rolled doobies down by a river fishing.
I'll tell you, man.
They're like, it sounds like we wrote the book.
I mean, let's think about it. Isn't it friggin' crazy that a plant that occurs naturally on God's green earth, it's illegal to have it in your possession?
I mean,
That's
that alone
nuts.
right there tells you, we have been so manipulated, man. I mean,
So
really, that is one of the greatest gifts to mankind and this planet.
Yes.
And for it to have been made illegal to where people are in prison for years, I mean, it's like
years.
I mean,
People
look
spend
at
a
all
lot of
the
time.
people that claim nothing else works, but until I smoke a doobie and my dizziness goes away, or my chemo, or my pain goes away, whatever, and we make it illegal, we're gonna send you to prison.
shit. I was skateboarding down to the arcade down there by my house. I was like 12 years old. I had a J tucked behind my ear.
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Shoot.
I didn't start smoking weed till I was like probably 25.
What? Man, we're talking about SoCal down here, man.
I was allowed to, though. I was allowed to since I was 15. My dad did come up and tell me, "Hey, you can smoke weed at home."
I was in LA and San Diego in the 80s.
35. You a damn liar.
I had smoked weed a few times here and there, but smoking it on a regular,
First
I
time,
would get too stoned and get stuck.
Like
the
a
first time
part
we
of me
smoked
can.
weed, guys, there was some pretty girl there with us, and she said something funny as he was going to hit this pipe. And as soon as he hit it and got it red, she said something, and he laughed, and it was like my last little bit of weed, and it just shot out across the living room like a firework. I was like, no!
She dove across the floor,
Yeah.
screaming. She's like, no!
Yeah, and she was a stoner, so it came out all slow.
I remember the first time I smoked weed was at a band rehearsal, right? So I'm in there with the band, and I discovered that one of the early effects it had on me was paranoia. Okay. So I'd get just a little bit of paranoia, right? And like introspective paranoia specifically, right? And like the band would be going along and we'd stop, in the middle of the song, and someone would say, "Hey man, I'm sorry, I missed my cue. I didn't come in on time." And then I would jump in and say, "Man, I'm sorry, man. It wasn't you, it was me, man. I'm the one. I'm sorry, man." They say, "No, Jojo, it's okay, man. It's okay. It wasn't you." I say, "It was me, man. It was me. I screwed it up for everybody. I'm sorry." I was just so, paranoid, introspective. And then I discovered today, even today, I cannot smoke weed and play. I'm like 2 microseconds behind everything, right? It's just it slows everything down enough where by the time
timing.
and it comes out my fingertips, because I play keyboard, it's I'm behind just a little bit, and I can't. It just doesn't work for me. But most people can, they play better when they get high,
Yeah.
But not me,
Jojo, speaking of you playing music, do you have a YouTube channel that you have music on that you've played?
No, I got some videos out there myself, but when I got divorced, everything kind of shut down for me, and then we went into COVID and all that stuff, and I got to reboot now my personal stuff. Now I still sit in a lot with friends in their bands. I'll just
I'd be really interested in hearing some of your work.
Well, see, the keyboard is in a band situation.
Oh,
A
okay.
lot of bands can't afford a keyboard, especially the kind of music they play in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And what by that I mean, um,
If you're gonna
the
play in Texas,
essentials
you got to have a
for this-
fiddle in the band.
well, it's this bluesy stuff they play down here, right?
Yeah.
A lot, and you got to have a drummer, a bass player, a lead guitar, minimal. Now maybe you could have a second guitar, rhythm guitar, but you don't make enough money to actually get a keyboard player in there too. And they would love to have, a B3 organ player in there too, but it just doesn't work out economically, right? But that said, they all want me to come in and play for free and just sit in with them, right? So I can sit in kind of, whenever I want. So that's what I do. But
That's awesome.
the music's the most important thing for me anyway. So I
Ben
like
wants your
sitting in.
T-shirt.
He does.
Yep.
Could you see my T-shirt?
Ben from UFO Garage wants your T-shirt, man.
You see?
Oh, that is awesome. All right, I think we all want your T-shirt.
Yeah,
It's pretty fair to say.
the lion smoking the doobage. Oh my God!
Someone's at the
Lady
door.
does it.
Killer.
Scares the hell out of me. She does that middle of the night,
Really?
Oh yeah, it scares
Squirrel.
the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
I don't want to go to sleep with my gun next to the nightstand because I'll wake up shooting in the air. 'Cause she freaks me out.
Jojo Bone.
My dogs aren't allowed to do that.
Fire's gone out.
Yep, there's somebody out front. That's the only time they're allowed to do it is when someone's here.
We got aliens at the door.
Someone is there.
Those
he's
aren't
working
you just shot up my yard gnomes, dude. Those are aliens. Those are yard gnomes.
Oh, when I got that truck today, the guy stepped out of the truck and he stepped off his sidewalk and onto the grass and right onto his wife's yard gnome and crushed it.
Oh man,
You're in so much trouble. I felt bad. He like twisted his ankle. I was like,
That might be some kind of curse you might have got.
I was walking all around it and didn't even notice it till he crushed it. And I was like, it just ran up on you or something. I don't know where it came from.
Was it one of those ceramic ones? Like a nice
it was
one?
one of those
Yeah.
ceramic ones. He smashed the hell out of it.
Oh man.
That might be bad luck.
Mm.
I don't know. For that gnome, it was. You shouldn't have been standing there.
Especially if it's your wife gnome. That is bad luck right there.
That's
Right.
That ain't gonna turn out well for him.
No.
Not at all.
No.
Spooky's down there. He's always looking like he's always thinking.
He is. He's
a
always
thinker.
got different topics you could bring up.
He's a thinker.
Jojo, what kind
like
of cars have you had in the past? Have you ever been a car guy?
Kind of. When I was younger, I was a car guy a little bit.
Sure.
My first fun car was an RX-7 back in the day, like in 1985. Yeah,
Nice.
remember? It was kind of cool back then. Had the rotary engine in it.
Mm-hmm.
And that made it fun, Yeah,
Is it a 6-speed or 5-speed?
it was a 5-speed. And then shortly after that, I sold that and I got a Miata. Remember Miatas?
Even smaller.
They're still around.
Right?
They're still around,
Fun little
And matter
toy
of fact, I met the guy who was they call him the concept engineer in the marketing department. And he was the guy who conceptualized the whole Miata program. And became somebody in the company because of that. And he gave a talk and he said when you think about it, the Miata was at the time was a very non-Japanese idea, right? Because the whole thing about Japan is they're into conformity, right? And there's a saying, the nail that sticks up gets beaten back down. That's kind of the Japanese kind of thing, They don't like to call a lot of attention to themselves. Whereas the Miata was just the opposite of that, right? It was about being fun and exciting and la 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 la, right?
Yeah.
And he gave a talk and he said the whole time when he was doing the whole concept, research, they had all of these all of these executives, and they'd have these retreats, right? They'd invite them out to, and they would have like all these exciting things like go-karts and motorcycles, and parachuting and all the kind of stuff. And he was looking for the guy because he needed one high-level executive that he didn't call it the champion, he called it the king, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the and really in any corporate culture, but particularly the Japanese culture, he needed to find one executive that would protect the project, right? And make sure the project got what it needed, because he knew that if it was off target just a little bit, it would fail. He thought it would be a success, but it had to be right on target, right? There couldn't be any compromises behind the concept, right?
Yeah.
And the concept was basically a European roadster from the 60s that was reliable, that didn't break down. Because the European roadsters from the 60s, they were lots of fun, but were notorious for breaking down all the time. Right? And like, was it the one? It's either the MG or the.
So that's where it gets its inspiration from.
Anyway, they were.
I think Fiat had some too.
And what I'm thinking of is the MGs, but I could be wrong. Mm-hmm. They were notorious for catching on the electrical systems, catching on fire. Because even new ones, you'd be going down the road and smell something and see smoke coming out, and your brand new MG was on fire, literally.
Oh no!
Because the electrical system was short out, right?
That sucks.
But I mean, just stuff like that. And I had a friend who had an MG, a really good friend from high school and college, and he said, you got an MG, you always kept some spare parts in the trunk or whatever, and a toolbox, because you never know when you're going to have to do a roadside repair to get back home, and people that were into it, that was kind of part of the charm, It's like, oh, maybe my MG will break down today and I'll get it. Because you had to be in that. But anyway, his concept for the Miata was the exciting experience, but for people who didn't want it to break down, right? That wanted Japanese reliability, basically, right?
Yeah.
And so that was the thing. And he researched it right down to every detail. Like even the exhaust note had to be a certain sound, right? Everything. And he nailed it. And the Miata was far more successful than they ever anticipated. Way more successful.
Even today, it's popular.
When it first came out, the sales were like 4 times with their best projections. It was it blew out the top. And I remember there was a waiting list. There was a shortage. I mean, and if you could get sticker price, you were getting a deal. Usually there were more than sticker price for like the first year or two, right? They were so successful.
Yeah.
And but was a very non-Japanese car though, really. And very unusual. Because at the time, they're not quite this way anymore, but at the time the Japanese were known for very sensible vehicles. It was like the Honda Accord or the Honda Civic or something like that, right? A sensible vehicle, right? With good gas mileage and all that stuff, with cup holders, right? The Japanese invented the cup holder. That's one of their, right? The
MG on the left, right?
Yep. MG versus Miata.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Miata?
Mm-hmm.
That's a newer one that I'm.
Yeah, that's a new Miata. Yeah.
That makes the MG look small.
Yeah. Well, and that's bigger than the original Miata.
Yeah.
Then the original Miata 2 had the flip-up lights, which is totally stupid, but it was cool at the time, right?
Yeah, it was cool at the time.
Right, yeah. And we knew it was stupid then, but we didn't care because it was kind of cool.
Man, this
kind of a 60s throwback,
Yeah, pull this
flip-up
up.
lights. It was a little bit of little bit of James Bond kind of crap.
Very
Yeah, there we
sexy.
go. Mine
Very
look just
sexy.
like that. Exactly like that. There it is.
Go-kart.
Little go-kart,
Jojo,
man.
Jojo
You
had
can put that in
style.
the trunk of my Buick.
And I'm kind of a big guy. I'm 6'2" and kind of big shoulders and everything. And I look
that
like
thing was
Fred
hugging you,
Flintstone.
man.
I look
Yeah.
like Fred Flintstone in that thing, or Yogi the Bear. I
One of those little cars in the parades.
yeah, one of the little
Yeah.
cars. Yeah, you're right. Like the guy. What are the guys who wear the fezzes? What are they called?
I can't remember what those guys are called.
Yeah, but they're always
Yeah, they have the little red cars.
go karts and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Shriners.
Shriners, yep.
Yeah, the Shriners, man. I looked like a Shriner in a go-kart. And but that was okay. I would think I was cool, right? I'd be cool. I'm so cool. I'm looking so good, And then I'd go buy a plate glass window, like in a store. I'd look over and I'd say, God damn, I look like Yogi Bear. I look like Yogi Bear.
There's you right there, buddy. There's you right here.
Yeah, it was. There I am. That's me right there. It's Jojo. Jojo in his little red car.
Oh, man.
I'm 6'5", and I used to at one point drive around in '84 Chevette.
Oh man! What did you have
Yeah,
to cut a
that
hole in the
was
top to stick your head out?
No. There wasn't a whole lot of room left in that car, though.
I bet not. I mean, technically, in the Miata, do you look up the specs and they had the load allowance for the car? Okay.
Uh-huh.
I took up the entire load allowance for the Miata.
Oh, wow.
So technically, I shouldn't even have a passenger in the car with me. I took up all of the pounds available.
All the
I don't
pounds
know if I
available.
believe that,
The
man.
left corner's tight, though.
You're not that big.
And I tell people, okay, they would tell me, well, a two-seater car is totally impractical. Blah, 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 blah. I said, listen, a two-seater car, like the Arc 7 or the Miata or something like that,
Oh, BRB. Sorry, guys.
Okay, no problem.
it exists for one reason and one reason only. It's for the guy sitting in the left seat. All right. And why is there a right seat in a car like that? It's only so the guy in the left seat can pick someone they like to come along with them to entertain them. See, the whole car is designed, right? If anybody ever had a two-seater, the whole car is designed for the guy in the left
seat. Yep.
Right? That's
Only two-seater I've ever had only had two wheels.
Yep.
All of them.
All right.
Hey, mine had a detachable back seat on my Harley, and Deanna
Yeah.
would take that shit off. She'd keep it in her purse.
That's awesome.
That's funny. Yeah. Well, in my Miata, people would say, that trunk is so small you can't get anything in it. And I used to say, excuse me, that's the largest glove box in its class. Case closed.
Case closed.
Case closed.
It's the largest glove box.
It's all how you look at it.
Yep. It's all how you look at it. That's true.
Right? Right?
Yep.
As a matter of fact, I had the luggage.
Fit in the trunk of that Buick that I drive. I drive a '69 Buick too, Electra.
Mm-hmm.
That trunk is huge, huge. It's like a pickup bed back there. I think a
Damn.
Miata would almost fit in the back of that trunk.
Oh, Miata would
Back
fit in there.
tires would be sticking out. I think
That's
it.
cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. It was.
Hey,
those
thanks,
were good
Lee.
days.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
He just took a sledgehammer to our like button. So it's going to
Yeah,
need some
right.
CPR.
All right. man. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a
Jojo, this
lot.
is awesome, man. Thanks for coming on with us.
All right. Well, I'm having fun with you guys. You guys
You
are
man.
cool. I like hanging with you.
I feel
It's
like you got some
very
cool
fun.
stories that you could pull out of the archives.
Well, you young people, I've been around for a little while. I could tell you some stories about us in the old Model T. We'd crank it up and get it going. Yeah. And we'd run shine in the back roads.
Run shine.
Yeah, we go run and shine, man. Yeah. That's the way we did it. And we had buddies then. They used to run in this thing that called NASCAR. Yeah, that's where all us shine runners would be, in the NASCAR.
Yep. That's where it came from.
That's where it started. Yeah.
Yeah, they all used to get together and run their cars even before NASCAR started to see who had the fastest.
Yeah. And they talk about the early days of NASCAR. They were still driving their cars to the race. Yep. They weren't pulling them on trailers at the very beginning. They were just driving them to the race.
Right.
Pulling out onto the track and racing. That's why they were. You're right. They're the moonshiners, man. That's where they came from. And it was bragging rights. They just raced at the beginning, not for money or anything. They just wanted bragging rights.
The drag races we put on, is this Eagle Field right here.
Uh-huh.
And my wife works the gate. So when you pull in, you pay her if you're going to race or spectate. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the guys, dude, they come up in cars with slicks on them, ready to run. They're ready to go into inspection. And I'm thinking, where the hell did you put your trailer? No, they drove it from home. And
That's right.
It's far away for some of them. And they roll those big machines down there.
I think that's totally cool, man. That's the way it should be. That should be in the rule book. You got to drive your car to the race to get it in the race.
I think there are some rules like that at the drag strip.
Huh?
There's a day at the drag strip over here that has that, where it's like a Wednesday or Thursday. You have to. It's what do they call that? Yeah, run what you brung. You have to drive it there.
Well, now.
I like it, but I also like to see the ones that are totally rebuilt by somebody in a shop somewhere that thinks they could put it together better than somebody else. I love that.
Well,
they all got their place.
In these days, there's nothing stock about a stock car anymore. Those things are built ground up to be racing cars. Mm-hmm. The only thing they have is a stencil. Right, they put across the body, right, like in the middle or something, and it's the cutout, so it has to match the shape of the showroom car, right? And that's like the rule, right? So it represents that particular car,
right,
accurately from the way it looks, but
and they put the stickers of it on there.
Yeah, the whole car. There's nothing about you lift, because those bodies just lift entirely off the cars, and then you can see what's underneath them.
Just like an RC car, basically.
Yep. That's right. And then you drive them down by the river and roll yourself a doobie.
I got doobie.
Like it.
By Jojo.
Yeah, man. Okay, so we are gonna do a monthly Chad movie night, right? We agreed that we're going to try, at least look into it.
I'm down. I'll do it.
I'll do it.
Get everybody, the fans and stuff to show up, and
Chad's movie night.
It is our intervention, us helping Chad, right? Helping.
It really is. I need to get caught up here.
Yeah, you do, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a damn shame.
Yep. Have you listened to the airplane movies?
Yeah, I get some airplane movies.
I've seen Airplane.
Yeah.
I've seen Airplane. I grew up with a lot of comedies. I didn't watch a lot of the other stuff that you guys reference.
Remember Airplane? They had the mom from Leave It to Beaver in there, and they're up there talking to two black guys, and back in the 70s, and they're speaking jive. That's what we used to call it. Jive.
Yeah,
jive talking, right?
Yeah, and there's like captions at the bottom.
Yeah, and then no one can understand what they're saying. And Leave It to Beaver's mom, she's kind of an old elderly lady. She's, "Excuse me, sir, I speak jive."
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that? I speak jive. And all of a sudden she breaks into this jive talk, man. And it is hilarious. It is
You could never
totally
make
hilarious.
that now. Could never make that
That's
now.
nutty, crazy jive talk. And then
It's funny.
remember autopilot?
Yeah, the
Autopilot?
inflatable.
Oh man,
Flip the switch and the inflatable pumps
And they
up.
reach, they bend over, and he's blowing up autopilot. And then they show him in the next scene, an autopilot's got a cigarette in his mouth. And he's like, that is too nuts, man.
Yeah, good writing.
You can't be serious.
All right. Those are the good old
Oh,
days.
I'm serious. And don't call
Is
me
Spooky
Shirley.
coming back? Is Spooky coming back? Or is he gone for the night?
No, he'll be coming back.
Is he? I hope
Yep.
so. You know, I'm missing him already. I'm like, where's Spooky go?
Yeah, he leaves every now and then. He's got to go help his grandma.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. That's right. Does she speak jive?
You
would
know,
be
she
cool.
probably does actually.
Have her on and speak.
We'll have
some
to have her
jive.
on. Spooky, does grandma speak jive?
There he is.
She said, "Who's that jive talking turkey talking about me in the other room? Who that fool?"
Who's that fool talking
Talking to
jive?
I'm not talking to
Jive talking
Bob.
turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the
I know.
Bluetooth headphones, so you've been listening to us the whole time, huh?
Yeah. Man.
It's so crazy. I can go to the bathroom and still listen to you guys.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
man. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is, well, yeah. I saw once I heard a rock star dude. I can't remember. Anyway, he said, you know, you've really made it when you go into like the grocery store, like down here in Texas, like HEB or something, right? But wherever you guys are. You go into the supermarket and they're playing one of your songs on Muzak, you know?
The Muzak
and
version.
more than one, I've heard them. They say that. They say, man, they just like soak that in. You know, it's like, that's the moment. I've made it. My song is on Muzak.
You don't remember who said that?
Supermarket. Well, at least one was, remember Dan Fogelberg? Remember
Yeah, I
Dan?
think so.
I think he said that in an interview, and I've heard it a number of other times. He said, man, he had to like stop and like, you kind of take it in, you know? It's like, man, you kind of, it's your moment. You kind of look around and say, I've made it, man. I've made
Hey,
it.
Jojo, were you a big Meatloaf fan?
Yes, I wrote a poem for Meatloaf, in fact.
Yeah.
I'm a
I
poet.
saw your-
Did you know I was a poet?
I did know that. I did know that, and I I didn't want to ask you to read us anything, but you know, if you would be willing to.
Yeah, I'll read my Meatloaf poem. Okay,
Excellent.
I'll do that. Let me find it here quick.
R.I.P. Meatloaf.
Meatloaf's
Man,
awesome.
I love Meatloaf. Here we go.
What's up, buddy?
Is the internet working?
Hang on, it'll take me just a second. I'll find it. Mm-hmm,
Sonny, I can tell. I already know what you're thinking.
mm-hmm,
Are you hungry for Meatloaf?
mm-hmm.
My grandson said we're cutting in on his internet.
Yeah,
Okay, here we
came
go.
out.
You ready?
that's
I
awesome.
have to take off my glasses. Okay. The name of the poem is Heaven Can Wait No More. Here we go. Barely a man, you crashed my world, just beginning myself to know. Giant with angel's voice, blood and tears to capture my soul. Through the years you sang my heart, O tapestry of beauty, O Steinman. God has brought you home, my friend. Bless our bad out of hell in heaven. There you go.
I
Jojo
love
Bone.
it, man.
That's
Bravo,
awesome.
man.
Yeah.
Bravo.
R.I.P. Meatloaf. Make a place for us. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
I love it, man. Thank you. Thanks for
Yeah,
sharing
that
that.
was a treat. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
It's one
man,
thing to read it. It's another thing to have the writer read it.
Yeah.
The poet.
That's
Thank
what I
you.
was thinking too.
Thank you. Yeah, Meatloaf, man, he was You know, we were talking about, you know, Art Bell and Johnny Carson. There's another one.
These are legends you're talking.
Yeah, there'll never be another Meatloaf. I mean,
Yep.
man, that's it. I mean, they broke the mold, man.
Then he busted into acting, and he was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, his first gig before he became a singer of Bat Out of Hell, he met Steinman in the whole theatrics world, right?
Yeah,
That's why Steinman music is so theatrical and dramatic, right? Because he was a writer in that world, and you know, his first thing, he was in Hair, but people don't know that. Meatloaf was in the Broadway cast of Hair.
No way.
On Broadway,
original.
Mm-hmm. And then
wow.
later he was in Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, that I did know.
Remember? And the motorcycle, and he's the motorcycle dude.
Yeah.
And then it was after that in 1977 that he released Bat Out of Hell with Jim Steinman, right?
Yeah.
And man, no pun intended, but man, that was an album hitting on all cylinders, wasn't it? It was a great album, or it is a great album.
Well, I mean, it's just a classic.
It's like it's like in some lists, I guess, of rock and roll records, it's like number 10. It's like the 10th most popular album ever. It's up there on the list, you know, really, really good. And there is a Broadway show touring now, Bat Out of Hell. I'd like to see it. I'm going to try to see it if it comes around.
Yeah, definitely.
So basically, I think the songs, by and large, you know, put to a Broadway show.
Then Meatloaf got a whole new generation interested in him when MTV came around. And he was able to do a couple music videos.
Yeah, and he got discovered, and he did because he did like a second kind of Bat Out of Hell album called, I forget what it's called. More Bat Out of Hell or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't as good as the first one, but it was a good album. It was a good record. I liked it. But, you know, you can't repeat, you know, lightning doesn't strike twice, you know, in the same place. It's just, you know, the first one was so good. You can't compare any other album that he did later with that, because that was such a phenomenal success, you know. It'd be unfair to compare him, but it was a good album too. In fact, when he died, he was working on some kind of project called from a song from that second album called something but I won't do that. What's it called? Anyway, something, but I won't do that. Anyway, it was
for love.
The title was from that album for this show he was doing, and when he died, so it was too bad. They've not, as far as I know, they haven't announced or released what he died of, what happened, but you know, he kind of had a weight problem his whole life, so I can only guess, you know, some kind of complications from that somehow. I don't know.
Right.
But
and then we lost. It's crazy how we lost him, Betty White, and then Louis Anderson, all within like what, a couple weeks.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, Betty White, man, that's another one. I mean, never be another Betty White.
She's awesome.
Yeah. She was great,
man.
You know, and I have to include myself in this. I mean, I really only ever knew her like the second half of her career, you know, and she was already, you know, probably in her at least 40s, but probably in her 50s or something. I don't know. But man, you know, you ever seen pictures of her when she was younger, like in her 20s and 30s?
Oh, she's gorgeous.
She was a looker, man. And wasn't she married to Alan Ludden, the host of Password?
I think so.
Am I really showing my age now?
Big
Willie!
Right, Big Willie.
Every time I see Big Willie, he's bigger and willier.
It's getting sus in here.
Oh man, my throat made it.
Voice. First of all, Big Willie's got a voice that makes me feel like a little girl, right? Listen to that voice. That is so resonant and cool.
It's not good right now. I was telling Seb, I was like, I lost my voice yesterday. It was like completely gone, and it's still not where it needs to be. So I told her tonight, I was like, we were going to make you sound good. And she was good, as always. So
I'm sorry we missed that, man. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. No,
That's the only
I want-
time it works
that'd be a
well
good
for
one.
me with the babies. So, like,
Yeah.
it
The
works and we get
babies.
playbacks. You know, we got all the
Okay, so
babies.
he's saying his voice is not up to par, and it still is outstanding, right? I wish my voice when it sucked sound like that.
That's what I'm
You know?
saying. That's what I'm
God
saying.
dang. I mean, so deep and clear, and his pronunciation is so good.
Until I tried to read. Have you ever heard me try to read it?
No,
I try to read.
Me and Big Willie
not
sound the
good.
same when we're reading. We're like,
well, when
me go
when you
back.
read, your articulation goes all to hell. Is that
Yeah,
what
my
you're saying?
enunciation is
Somehow
out the
he
window.
missed the letter E in my last name.
Really.
Did
Yeah, for a while I was known as
Morales.
I was calling you spooky
Morals. Yeah,
Morals?
just like Gypsy Road.
Just morals.
I like that.
Morals.
I mean, it's
It
cool.
happens. Yeah.
It's fine. No offense taken.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes if somebody says it the wrong way, I'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's what Spooky Morales said."
You try to correct him without.
Yeah, without actually saying.
offending.
Yeah.
I mean, if God ever gives us another set of stone tablets, he's going to give it to Big Willie.
Oh no, I don't
Big
want that
Willie is going
responsibility.
to the mountaintop,
No.
Fiery bush.
coming down.
Come on, Papa Willie. Papa Willie's got the golden staff up there. Look at that.
And he's going to be laying down the law to us.
Just
You know, Big
Oh,
Willie
Enzo,
is the
thank you.
new. Big Willie's the new Chuck Heston, right? Chuck Heston's gone now, and Big Willie's stepping into his shoes.
Google that. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
Charlton Heston.
Oh, Charlton Heston. I know. I thought you said.
Yeah, well-
I didn't hear you right. I know who Charlton Heston is. Oh,
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah, you know, man, his friends, you know, like me, we call him Chuck.
Chuck.
Chuck,
Juju and Chuck are pretty close. They've
How's
been
it going,
homies for a while. Come on, Planet of the Apes changed my life as a young man. Watching that at 9 years old, you want to talk about sending my mind down a rabbit hole?
Yeah, that'll make you think.
Planet of the Apes.
Oh, Jesus.
God damn it to hell!
Exactly.
They blew it all to hell!
My favorite thing was when Charlton. Okay, let me rephrase this because that was a bad way I was about to say it. When Charlton Heston passed, that wasn't my favorite thing. But when he passed, they played his highlights. They literally played the 10 Commandments, him holding the 10 Commandments and
Oh, yeah.
splitting the sea. The very next scene that they showed was your line that you just said. I was like,
Yeah.
how is that the truth?
Oh, man, that's wild!
I was like, how is that the truth?
Let my people go!
Oh, man. Yep. It was,
God, there's another one. There'll never be another Chuck Heston. Come on.
so funny how the medical field still uses the golden serpent from Moses, right? When the serpents were sent through to kill them all, because he was like, "Well, you guys are worshiping and doing stuff. You're
That's
complaining,
right.
so die." And then they gave the golden staff that Papa Willie is back there is holding, and they had to look upon it. If they could just crawl, even to look upon it. And to this day, the medical field still uses that. That's why we have the serpents wrapped as the symbol. It's like, I don't know. It's so funny that's made it that far back.
That far.
That's still
Yeah.
in our society.
Remember in the Planet of the Apes when he kind of rediscovered his buddy there? You know, they were both in captivity. And he had the big scar on his head, and he goes, "You savages! You got into his brain! His brain!" You know, it's like, God. Chuck could deliver a line, couldn't he?
He did get a
"You
little.
savages!"
I mean, but was he as dramatic as William Shatner on Star Trek?
You're right. Well, there you go. There's another one. God, we keep doing. There'll never be another Bill Shatner.
You can't. Come on, William Shatner. He would throw himself against the wall so hard. I used to think it was a joke. They talked about the injuries he used to get, the bruising on his shoulders. and
Yeah.
stuff. Throw
Can
himself
you
against
believe
the
that dude is
walls, and he-
90 years old,
Yeah.
man?
It's true.
Have you ever seen the
It's gone to
outtakes
space.
when they're
It's
doing this?
unbelievable.
When they're
Top
doing
of
the
the show.
scenes where the ship is supposed to be under attack, you know, and like that, and then they would show the outtakes where the camera is straight and they're not doing this, right?
Gotta
And
get
then
a
you see
screenshot of this, man.
all the actors are going. Remember that? You ever seen those outtakes? It's so funny.
No.
It's so funny. I guess they have a director telling them all to lean one way, then lean the other way.
I love it.
And then you got Bill, and no one did it better than Bill Shatner.
No.
Come on. He sold it.
He twisted his nipples before every scene began, just to make sure they were rock hard. I mean, he made sure the boys came to play. He was ready.
Oh, baby.
Oh
man.
Is that a fact?
These are facts. These are facts, okay? These
are you telling me he really twisted his nipples? Come on.
Some hinted that there might have even been dry ice involved. We don't know.
Oh, man.
Top
these
shop
were just
exclusive.
Or I wonder, when he got to
my
be a
God.
star, if there was a person on the staff that twisted his nipples for him.
Oh, maybe like Leah. Oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank right now?
Oops.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I'll stop talking. Jesus, sorry, Jed.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to change the background. It happens every time.
Wait, Jojo went blurry. Jojo,
Spooky.
high five your camera.
That's a good one.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
gotta
you're all
high five
blurry.
it. What's his name?
Yeah, Jojo got a
Leonard
blurry.
Nimoy. Leonard Nimoy. Oh my gosh, why did I forget his name? And Hardcore Copper. I'll eat some cold pizza. I'll still eat cold pizza sometimes.
Man, cold pizza sounds fine to me. Nipple
My inner
fluffer.
fat boy, he's not going to care about whether it's hot or cold.
A good one, our baller.
Oh my god.
That's a good one.
Has anybody seen the nipple fluffer around here?
Oh my god.
Hey,
So it didn't fully pinch because he had to shoot so much. It just tickles his nipples. Get the nipple fluffer!
Get the nipple fluffer!
Shatner's on in 5.
Look at my picture. I'm melting.
Oh wait, I'm gonna be really bad, guys. I totally forgot I left a beer in the freezer before I started that.
Oh, you
live.
don't want to forget that
30
for too
seconds, I
long.
came back to nip.
2.5 hours ago. Okay, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to have a beer sickle.
All
All right.
Willie's
Who's screwing with my picture?
Uh-oh.
Go like
You gotta
this.
do
Like
one-
put
you
your
gotta do
hand
one
up
of
like
these.
this, and then
Like that?
bring it back out.
Oh, I'm just out of focus, you're saying?
Yeah.
You're right. Okay.
Oh, you got to
Bring
bring
it
it
out straight towards you.
You probably have a
Towards the
Logitech like we do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
our Logitechs,
Okay.
they're famous for doing this.
Oh,
Oh,
there
there
you
you
go.
go.
Whoa, that
Man,
Dun, dun, dun.
you guys know everything.
We know it all.
You're so.
We actually did something productive in this podcast.
Thank you for calling customer
telling you.
support.
Yep. Thank you for calling the Paranormal Chop Shop.
Technical support.
Hey,
Okay, I'm
Enzo.
going to have to go get another beverage. I'll be back in 95 seconds.
All right, sounds
Okay, we're
good.
timing
man.
you.
Okay. Here we go.
Hey Enzo, if you want to come in, you can go ahead and click that link if you'd like.
Man,
to.
I knew JoJo was
might-
going to be fun.
I
Mhm.
might have to get off here pretty soon, guys.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
Sonny.
okay.
But not just yet. I got chores. We ran out of
Right.
propane right now. My wife said I got to go get some.
We're
So,
definitely over
Sonny,
the- There
Sonny, you
go.
don't think you'll be hanging out later?
Like 100 gallons. What happened? Spooky?
I was just going to say, you don't think you'll be hanging out with us later?
I might be back later.
Okay.
I'll be gone for about an hour or so.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
What's up, Enzo?
What's up, Enzo?
What's up, buddies?
Oh,
Hey, we're still live on YouTube. Do you want to end it at 3? We're already past 3.
Oh,
But
we could probably let JoJo come back, say bye.
oh yeah,
That
for
would be
sure.
the courteous thing to do.
That would be the courteous thing to do, wouldn't it?
He'd come back and be like, "Where the fuck did everyone go?"
Since he's been on for the last 4 hours.
What's up,
Oh.
Jay?
what's up, Jay?
My loves, how are
Yeah.
you?
Let me get my
You got
smoke.
to go?
Oh my God, we
here,
got
yeah.
Bree in here.
Oh,
What's
hell.
up? It's
Hey,
a party.
hello, my
JoJo's gonna,
angels.
What's up, Enzo?
Enzo,
Hey, you guys
JoJo's
had
gonna
a
come
great
back in
show
here and be like, "What the
tonight.
hell's
so
going on here?"
good.
Thank you.
Show.
You guys have been putting out some great content too.
Thank you.
Yeah,
We
we
just
got
ended our
JoJo
show.
back.
We just ended our show to come over here. We were like, okay, bye, and then we
Yeah, I
came
gotta
over here.
go. In the private chat, should we go over to Paranormal Chop Shop? Yes.
Yes.
Drop the link.
Drop the
I'm
link.
loving this. The hot chicks are on now.
Hello.
Baby, yeah. Talk
This
about
is
William
this is
Shatner.
who you were calling pretty in the chat earlier. This is Bree,
Yeah.
the one who ate 30 wings.
30 pounds. 30 pounds of wings.
30,
30
pounds
pounds
of
of
wings.
I saw Enzo be like, lost 30 pounds.
Bree.
Congrats. I was like, I ate 30 pounds of wings.
That's a chicken apocalypse. How many wings were it?
I had
gonna have a
7
shortage.
wings. I'm not lying.
Jamie and Bree.
It's
Yeah.
nothing to be
Got it.
ashamed of.
They got it going on. They got it happening. And then there's Enzo.
No, we love
Oh, I
Enzo.
mean, and then there's Enzo. That's what I meant.
Enzo has the greatest
Sorry,
background in the
disappointed.
fucking
Fuck
game.
off.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
How did he do
No,
that?
there he is. There he is. He's back.
Enzo's got
Magic.
skills,
Oh
man.
my
He's got
God.
He
skills.
does have skills that we don't have. He
Mm.
knows the
I hear that.
answers.
I was like, I heard that.
What you drinking?
Well,
Who's
it's
crashing?
It's actually just a
Mountain
bubbly,
Dew.
a bubbly lime bubbly, just sparkling
Bubbly.
water. Sparkling water.
Sparkling water.
Bubbly.
Yeah, obviously, you don't realize how health conscious I am.
Ooh.
No
I'm
idea.
very health conscious.
Oh, okay.
I believe in not being over 100 pounds overweight, for example.
Mm.
I like to keep my weight.
99 pounds is safe, though, right?
Mm-hmm,
That's
mm-hmm.
right. You
It's
got
just
it,
the
Bree.
100.
You got
Just
it.
like if you ever have your parents leaving you an inheritance, you want them to leave you like not $1 million, but like $1 less, like the 909, so you don't get that
It's like,
$1 million
I'm not a
tax on it. It's always
millionaire.
one less,
right?
exactly.
You never want to
Yeah,
go into that
always.
higher tax bracket.
Yeah, because it
You
goes
know,
up
if
to
we can get-
50%.
Okay, one more person.
The nipple fluffers
One more
back.
person, and we can go full Brady bunch, man.
Mm-hmm.
Did
Yeah,
somebody
Brady
call for a
Bunch.
nipple
So
fluffer?
weird.
Oh my God, Big Willie, and your beautiful bald head. Hello, big boy.
I know. You like
That
that?
I'm
actually
like, you
looks
need to
really good.
borrow my bangs. Like, you need to borrow
ever
some of
seen
these
with
that I
that helmet
have
on?
for you.
No.
You did trim
Big
your
Willie
bangs
is a
on
very
Oh,
beautiful man.
Put your helmet
He's
on.
a
He's so
very
pretty.
beautiful man. He
I
is.
like the idea of Bree's bang toupee that she's putting out there. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
She straight
put
up
some
this
to
chick
Willie.
while we're like doing the show live just whips out like these scissors and was like, "Just gonna like line this up."
Yeah.
Just like while we were doing the
She
show,
started cutting her hair. Uh-huh.
and I was like,
I
"I don't know if
have
you need
them.
like a minute or
I
like."
keep them with me. I can't. No, I
like-
don't need them. It's fine.
She takes the
I
I will
just make
cut.
shit happen.
I was like, you're gonna make her
You
do
should
it. She has her
see.
scissors now.
Wait,
I
wait
was
till
like,
I'm just
there
like,
she goes. Hi, Cassie, my love.
Cassie.
Cassie's been working hard in the chat tonight. Appreciate you,
Cassie
Cassie.
has.
Get it.
Thank you so much,
Wait,
Kev.
weren't you guys just live, Bree?
Yeah,
We ended.
Uh,
To
Oh,
come
you
see
have
your
been
beautiful,
live
your
all
beautiful
night.
faces.
yeah.
Every's oh Jesus! Wow, guys, we
Hey,
gotta work
Bree.
that out.
Brie, I
You
feel
know,
like
I'm
should get
just
I feel like
I
you should
had
get your
4
Oracle cards out
screens
and
up
pull
on my
cards for them.
computers tracking
I'm just
everybody.
noticing the size of Bree's microphone. It is
Oh,
like
thank
monochrome.
God.
Look
It's so
at that.
Thank
It is
you,
huge.
sweet baby Jesus.
You're gonna get
Jojo
big
fist
fucking
bump
and
through
black.
the
BW all
camera.
excited right now. He's always like, how big
Look
Look at
is
the
it?
size of her
Bigger than-
shelves.
Yeah.
That's a really big black mic.
You know,
It's
Mhm.
very big
Big ol'
spooky.
Yeti.
And I thought it was, I was like, you know what, Jojo? At first, I gave her a shadow of doubt. And I was like, it's an illusion. It's a depth perception. No, she leaned her face up next to it. It's the size of her
Oh
head.
god, I
This
bet
is
Cassie's
nice.
super happy now.
Cassie is
huge.
Talking about big decks
know-
and big microphones.
I mean, I have this.
the bigger the
hell?
better.
Just for my
Hardcore
own
copper.
ego, my own self-esteem, I work every day at convincing myself size does not matter. But apparently, I am wrong. And I have to admit that. Because Bree's got it going on, girl.
Oh man.
You met my COVID laugh right now.
The COVID laugh.
It's like reminiscent. I'm like, I had
That's
to
how
like,
I feel right now. I
dry
told him I
cough
was
laugh? That's
jacked
weird.
up this whole week.
Oh man.
Sweet Cassie, my love.
the bigger the better, baby.
I mean, you know what you can do, Jojo?
What's that?
Convert it to centimeters.
There
If
you
you
go.
feel like you
So
need
the
to.
number's bigger.
The number is a little more
Sus.
impressive when you,
Oh,
when you throw
Feel
out
better.
that very okay standard 6.5. It's okay, and you put that into centimeter. I gotta look this. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's
And,
probably substantial. It's probably like 12.5 or
30s or
something.
40s.
I'm with you.
Really?
What units don't matter. It's the number that matters.
Yes.
The number though to units,
The number, right?
it's better than the
I don't
numbers
even
that
think
they.
6 is average. see.
Well,
Oh no.
5.1.
See, I've
5.1 is
studied
the
a-
average.
Bree's like, let me Google it.
Fuck, I passed.
She's like,
the
I got
game.
Google
look
right
at
here.
Bree. She's measured her hand in the past because she just straight up pulled that hand up as an exact. She was like, "Let me wait a second. I know that
Past tests I don't study for.
Well, you know, as men,
Handy
no
tattoo
matter
right
what
here.
we find, no matter what we find on the internet, we're going to measure in a way where we get that number,
Right.
Mhm.
right? Because
Even if you
you
got a
can
study
measure
goes-
differently, get a totally different number.
Yeah. From the tip around to the small of your back. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
Goes underneath.
I mean, so I'm
Yeah.
told. I mean, I've never done it myself,
That's how I've been doing it.
but I've been told.
That's how I do.
You're just like hanging in like a weightless room, like no, like zero gravity. You're just stretching things as far as they will go.
Hanging upside down like a vampire. Doing whatever you can, man, to try to get that gravity to
That's
work.
right, man.
There you go.
That's right.
See?
Well, of course, you're going
Yes,
to
I
the
have-
zero gravity chamber.
Windows got the
Oh,
measuring tape.
perfect.
Ah!
He has
Shit,
it
those damn
ready.
things hurt.
Version of a podcast. Oh, that hurt. That hurts. That's a tough comment right
The
there.
death spiral. Of a podcast.
You know.
Spiraling
Stay
out of
sassy.
control.
Well, Jamie, tell me
Yes. Yes.
what's been happening in your world.
Oh, in my world,
In your
nonstop work. Bree over here is my boss, so she has me working
Really?
every day, 500 hours a day. Yeah,
She is kind of ridiculous.
I would have
She
to work
is.
more if I could.
yeah.
Is she-
So like
is she-
we did 2 live streams today on YouTube, and I also have a job that I go to, and we're here now. So she
So-
demands a lot
so
of my
now you're here.
time.
So
No.
Bree is an ass-kicking boss, you're saying?
She is, yes, absolutely. She's aggressive.
Ass kicker, yes.
Aggressive.
B
Mhm,
aggressive.
mhm, mhm.
B E.
Be aggressive.
Why
But
did
quite
you all
honestly,
just,
when I'm
like,
not when
immediately-
I'm not with Bree, I'm in these guys' chat harassing the living shit out of them. That's where I spend most of my time.
I
In all
love it.
caps.
I mean,
In all caps,
That
at
is-
all times.
yeah.
Like I'm yelling aggressively. Yeah.
I could barely contain myself today.
I know.
Whoa,
The pipe
bunny
comment,
girl. You
the
got
pipe
me.
comment had you. So like my whole purpose when I'm in their chat is just to make them crack when they're doing these interviews, and so I just say the
Yeah.
most wild shit that I can to them.
Trying to
And
be fish with Jojo Bone.
It works.
yeah. So that's what I spend my free time doing. What about you, Jojo? What's going on in your world? What's new?
Man. Well.
Have you
Let
seen
me
any
think.
ghosts lately? Tell me that. What are you? How the ghosts feeling in your life?
Oh, no, I haven't seen any ghosts. I would
Okay.
kill to have a ghost in my house.
Me
I
too,
would
honestly.
so love
Is that how you get
Me
a
too.
ghost?
Stop visiting him anytime
I
soon.
don't think that's possible.
It's
You
your
know
own
what
ghost,
I'm
that's
thinking?
cheating.
We
My
all just
goal-
have to. We all just
If
have to
I
get
had
a
a
Ouija board,
ghost-
bring them in.
If I had a ghost, I would scare the shit out of that ghost.
Ooh, I feel
That
you.
would be my goal. I'd
Be
say,
a little game. I
you-
get you.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Wants
Look,
to
you don't
mind
need cable.
fuck that
You don't need
ghost.
cable
I scare
TV.
their
People are
ass.
like, well, "What do you do in your free time?" I scare the shit out of the ghost that lives in my attic. What do you
That's
do?
right.
I like that.
That's right,
I
you
set
know.
traps for the ghost in my house. What about you?
Hey, but on
That's
a
right.
real note with that one, do you guys remember the forgive me, paranormal people, I apologize, the name of this contraption, but it's essentially, it's like just the voice box, right? Like you record blank audio and you speak into it. And the guy and his granddaughter who were doing this, right? He was doing it with her, and they're asking questions, and they're not hearing voices, but they can detect, I don't know what they were using to get this, but they were detecting they were getting some sort of a frequency back, right? But when they played the tape back later, there was a voice. And what was weird is the voice said, "It's them, they're here." And they said, and then there was 2 of them, there's 2 ladies, and they said, "Who's here?" And she goes, "It's them, it's the spirits, it's the grandfather and his daughter again, or his granddaughter." So in their realm, wherever those voices were coming from, the people that were doing this, recording this work, were the ghosts.
Okay, so I've
So,
said
like-
that before.
Like the flat, like it's all just flat and paranormal, like
So I've said
That-
that. So I've said a few times on the podcast before that there's this theory going around right now that like ghosts aren't actually ghosts, and all it is all these parallel universes on top of each other, and you're just accidentally slipping into them. That it's not necessarily a dead person because time is all happening at the same time. So you're not seeing a person from the 1700s. It's like that's actually happening in that timeline. So I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, people say that's like a huge possibility. I'm not saying that there's not actual ghosts out there and dead people, but they're saying that could be a reason why you have maybe some of these maybe more intelligent hauntings or things like that.
I'm down with
you
that.
Here, though, that's not that bad. I mean, you can imagine oh God, it's that douchebag guy and his stupid kid. You know, you're like, oh, yes.
Go away.
Remember the movie The Others?
I loved that movie with Nicole Kidman.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That was awesome.
That
saw
had a
it
good
7
surprise
times in the
ending.
theater.
Didn't it?
Sonny got his fucking wrench out for Bree. Hey,
Yo,
Bree.
right.
Sonny got his wrench out for you.
Wait,
Do
does that
not
one
ever
make-
catch myself in any of y'all chats and we
Without
don't have a
one.
wrench.
Yeah,
There's only
rude.
one thing the goat needs
Guys.
to eat, and that's a wrench.
Wrench.
Not blue, though.
I'm gonna
That's it.
have to
Who
cut
would
out.
deny Brie a wrench?
Aw.
You're leaving,
Nobody.
Sonny?
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go to work.
All right, man. I'll take it from here.
Bye.
Yeah.
Sonny,
you
I
got it,
love
man.
you.
gotta
Bye.
Take everyone out. Hey,
I love
bye,
you.
guys.
Sonny.
All right, you guys.
Jojo, thank you for coming on, buddy. And,
Hey, thank
you can stay
you.
here and hang out with them. I'll dip out, but Chad can run the channel. He's got the keys to the studio.
I got
All
you,
right,
man.
Dad.
Unless I pass out.
Sunny.
Thanks a lot,
Sonny,
man.
love
Thank you
you.
very much.
Enzo,
Thank you very
Chad,
much. I'm having
Big
fun.
Willie.
See you,
Thank
buddy.
Jojo,
Bye,
thanks
Sonny.
again, buddy.
Bye.
Say bye.
Bye, Big
Later, Willie.
Papa.
Bye, Papa Willie.
Bye.
Good to see you again,
Bye,
man.
you guys.
When I call my-
Peace and love. Peace and
Peace and
love.
love. Peace and
Oh,
love.
peace and love. Who watches
Peace and love.
H3
Yeah,
here?
peace and love,
Peace and
yeah.
love. Peace and
Peace
love.
and love, man.
No wonder. I saw the lights turn on and I was like,
Where you going? Why'd you do that?
on.
I feel like I should
Yep.
turn mine into
out.
sport mode.
He's out of
Sport
propane,
mode.
so the house is getting cold.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Hey, by the way,
What?
Chad,
What?
Yeah.
you make it up there. You got a camel on reserve or anything to back up just in case, you know?
We got Jake Smith. I'm gonna go over to his house.
You probably should.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Because I know they're telling
Wait,
you
is it that
Monday, but
cold?
like, yeah, all the water
guys
freezes
freezing?
here in Michigan. Yeah, the
Um,
water system just shuts down for at least 2 weeks.
Are you
here in
guys
Michigan.
talking about my property, Jake Smith?
Wow.
Yeah, actually,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
have to ask you for
I was like,
permission
I
if I
don't
can
know.
go over there.
You can
What are the
100%.
rental
I was like,
fees?
I don't know if you've seen my name right here, but it literally says owner of Jake Smith.
Jamie,
Like,
owner
let's
of
make that
Jake
very
Smith.
clear. Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Always.
Oh man. Yeah. I
Yes,
didn't
of course
see
you can
that,
go
so.
visit him, of course.
Okay.
Is
cool.
it that
Yeah, because
cold
our
for you?
pipes froze and the city had to shut
It's
the pipe.
4 degrees
the
here
water
right now.
Off, so
4?
yeah,
Yeah.
4.
Are you shitting my dick?
Oh, it's
I
6 right
told
here.
you.
I'm
We
shitting my
told.
dick.
Listen, this is
He
why
can't shit.
Chad-
That's the problem because he can't flush it.
Well, you
Chad and
guys
I were
are
joking,
like
remember?
in short sleeve shirts, no? Like what?
Oh, it's warm in
Yeah.
here. I got
Cold.
the furnace going good, and I got a floor heater right here. But yeah, it's 6 degrees out here.
Oh,
6
no.
degrees and clear skies, baby.
What chat were we in when
Whoa.
somebody was asking that? They were
fucking
asking about like our weight.
crazy.
We're like, they don't make anybody in Michigan under 200. Which chat were we in when we said that?
Why not
Because you have to
hibernate?
stay fucking insulated. Yeah, shit.
It's facts.
I like that.
Oh,
Yep.
seriously, you gotta stay fucking warm.
I can't even imagine too, because like where I'm at, I'm by a bunch of lakes, so it does get a little weird. But living off that lake effect, like if we were on the coast of that, yeah, minus an 8, yeah, because you're getting
Yeah,
some
no.
of that lake effect.
Yeah.
Depending what part of
I
New York
thought
you live,
I
you get a
water.
lake
cold.
effect.
Yeah, no.
It's 45 for me right now. I thought
It was
that
like
was cold.
it was like 60 today in Vegas.
Yeah, it was like 67
Oh,
over here.
man.
I was like, this is chilly.
Man.
Like
And,
60.
and everybody's
cold.
freezing there, right, Jamie?
I had to
Yeah,
put on a
everyone's freezing.
thick
Oh my God, so
sweater.
cold. I have a
This is
sweater,
like
yeah,
all
sweater.
fur.
Bro, I'd be shirtless like Shatner on the episode we were talking about earlier, JoJo.
Oh, okay, well, come to Vegas then, Big Willie.
Remember we talked about that? The
Sure.
fluff.
Yeah.
What was it? The fluff. The. It was
And
the-
spooky.
Fluffer.
Nipple fluffer.
Yeah, get the
Yeah.
nipple
Nipple
fluffer.
fluffer.
Shatner's on in
What
5.
about you, JoJo? What's the weather like in your neck of the woods?
I just checked. It's 30 degrees. F.
Ooh.
All
And where are
right,
you
yeah.
at? What part of the
I'm
country
in-
world?
I'm here in Taylor, Texas.
Oh, in
Taylor,
Texas.
Texas.
Oh, you out
Right.
there taking away all my abortion rights, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. Wait, there ain't
my
no
God.
baby killing going on in Texas.
Not no more. Them
You
babies
baby
living in
killers,
Texas.
you're gonna
Oh
have
my
to find
God.
somewhere else to be. You ain't killing no babies.
Oh my God.
Oh
Someone had
All
to
right.
say
Lord,
it.
there's a fire.
We're saying.
What?
Oh Lord, baby
There's
Jesus,
fire.
there's a fire.
Because
Ooh, Enzo.
if you try to kill a baby in Texas, the Jojo Bone action figure, Jojo Bone action figure, with a kung fu grip in one hand and a knife in the other,
Oh my
and I defend the defenseless.
Oh man.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah, Jesus, baby.
Hallelujah!
Amen.
Hallelujah. Cheers.
All right.
Oh man. That one's a roller coaster right there.
Whenever you have brie anywhere, it's a roller coaster. I think you guys have learned that lesson now, have you not?
Well,
yeah.
she's drinking out of a mason jar, so there's signs she's unstable from right there.
It's water.
Bree, are you drinking Shine? You got a
It's
jar of
just
Shine
tequila.
there?
Tequila.
Really? You got her, man.
Should we pull some cards?
Yeah, pull
Should we
cards
put some
for
cards?
people. Yes.
Yeah,
What cards
she's all
you
like,
want?
I'm a California girl.
shuffle
Here's
the
my
deck.
mason jar. That doesn't jive. Hmm.
I've never
Same.
claimed to be a California girl.
And no one's. We didn't.
Just a
Born and
crystal hippie
raised,
bitch.
will never leave, but I'm not like a Cali.
That's not true. We'll leave if we move to like Sedona.
Sedona only nowhere else in
Yeah.
the world.
Yeah.
That's the
Nowhere.
only place, huh?
I mean, there's some
Actually-
beautiful places in the world.
I would like to have a side house in Sedona. I would like to stay forever in California because I don't think there's a better state in the world.
Right on.
But only in my area. Like I wouldn't want to be north and I wouldn't want to be south.
Hey,
So you
what
wouldn't want
gotta
to
get
like
south?
where Spooky is.
Bob
The
Perkins
Bay
is in the chat.
Area. The Bay Area
Shoot.
is where it's at.
You come on down here. I'll show you. You see what you're missing.
It's not spooky. I'll come.
Spooky
We got
lives
some-
in like that month. You can't be in there. Come
Spooky's
on.
only like
some
4
sick-
hours from me. I could drive
We got
there
some
very
sick,
quickly.
sick beaches.
If I leave at 6 a.m., Spooky, I could be there by 10 a.m. You can make me breakfast.
Wait, where are you?
Oh,
I live in
I'm
North
just
San
saying.
Diego.
Oh, I would stay at your house for sure.
Yeah.
I live.
I mean, look
by,
at it. That's his guest
by
room right there.
Look
We'll stay right
at
in there.
this. We got a love connection going on.
This is my
In the
guest
top
room.
shop. Oh yeah.
I got all these crystals in my guest
Jojo.
bedroom. and-
Spooky, how do we book an Airbnb with you?
Is that a possibility?
I got an alien
Yeah.
in my spare bedroom.
Dude, show her the nipples that are hand carved. Come on. Flex on her, little spooky. Flex
Jojo.
on her.
hand carved marble nipples.
Jojo, have you not
know,
seen the
it's
hand
funny.
carved?
Will YouTube allow that?
Oh, you can 100%
Oh, I'm
show the nipples.
It's
We've
art.
shown them
Funny.
in great detail before.
Yeah.
I don't
made
know
out
what's
of
funny.
marble.
The nipple
Been
stuff
topless
is
on the
coming
internet
up all of a
before,
sudden.
so.
There's something in the stars happening with nipples because I swear to God, I've been
Boner buttons.
considering getting nipple rings.
What?
Getting
what?
nipple rings.
I would
Do
do
it.
too, but
Fuck it.
I'm scared. But like,
Nah,
I would
fuck it.
totally do it
Do
too.
it.
I would.
There's
so, I
something
would
going
love
on with
that.
Yeah, I'm
nipples.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
And-
Let's all
and
do it.
it's-
Let's all
it's
get
like
together and
this-
do it.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Let's have a
That'd be
nipple,
your
a nipple
reason to
party.
go
That
there.
would
nipple
be
piercing party.
awesome.
Listen,
Can
I'll
we
get
do
a
it at
I'll get a
home?
hotel. No, I'll get a hotel room in Vegas. I'll get like a professional piercer to come out and to give us all piercings.
Live stream it.
Pierce each other's
Live
nipples.
stream
What are you
it.
talking
Sing it.
about?
Oh,
Completely bond here.
And
Come on.
then
Big Willie.
Doesn't sound dodgy at
I'm
all.
gonna say I'm gonna need Chad and Spooky to hold my hand while I get mine though.
you know what? Then it'll be outstanding.
I can do that.
Okay.
The outstanding
Oh, man.
is then we have a topless nipple ring night.
Okay, I'm into
Whoa.
it. Let's
It
do
would be epic.
I like it.
It would be.
Hey,
Now that will break the internet.
by
Now
the
that
way,
would
guys,
break the internet.
That would be.
The wood would be epic.
Confirm.
Now
Nice
I'm
touch there,
warning
baby.
y'all now.
big-
I got
Hold on.
64-year-old man boobs.
You gotta put some. That's some stretching
Same,
on
I
that.
guess.
64-year-old man boobs. So
Same, you said.
it
What, Jamie?
won't
What did
be-
you do to them?
Jamie.
how do I say it? Might not be a good look,
It's all right, baby.
but
We
I'm
love
willing
it.
to do it.
What has happened?
We're into it.
But they could unlock
Wanted
that
to see
Santa
it.
fantasy.
Oh shit.
Moves.
Because
Yes.
even though I should be ashamed of my body, I'm not. I
Why
should
love
be.
that, Jojo.
No one
I
should ever be
should be
ashamed of
ashamed.
it.
Nobody
I'm not.
should be.
Why? Why should you be ashamed? That's messed up. I don't like
Yeah,
that.
no, never. Ask
that back.
Bree.
Bree,
I give
I
no
have
fucks.
I have body image issues. I'm sorry.
Why? Why?
Hey,
There's
Chad.
no
Okay.
there.
You've lost a lot
I
of
do.
weight though, JoJo.
What?
I think we need to
Yeah.
change the name of this segment of the show.
Okay.
What
What
do you
should
change
it
it
be?
to?
It's going to be Totewaba After Dark.
It needs to be.
Bring the
Totewaba
nasty.
After
These
Dark.
they bring the freaky this time of night.
We always come in and
happened
interrupt
to our
your channel.
show,
I'm
man?
sorry. I'm sorry. We always come in and interrupt
No,
it.
man.
Don't get me wrong. I love
This
it.
is
brings
the
the
We
Chop-
just
chop.
like hanging out with you guys.
Let me see.
This
Let me
is-
check the
This is
ratings are
chop
up right
shop,
now.
chop shop,
Did the
chop
ratings?
shop after hours.
It's the Chop
You're
Shop
fine.
After Hours. We're still live on
After
YouTube
hours.
right now, but yeah,
Yeah,
this is
Chop
the
Shop.
After Hours.
After
part of the
Dark.
Fucking
show.
and Sunny left us. The captain of the ship was like, "I'm abandoning
I
you.
know.
The
Whatever
girls are
happened to the-
here. I'm
Views
leaving."
did not drop. I have an eye on YouTube. Views did not drop.
No,
Bree's
So
like,
Deanna-
"Never. I'm the goat." If anything,
think-
Bree's gonna be like, "I brought someone with me. Someone's here
Yeah,
watching
Jamie.
me."
Yeah,
I've got
right,
this pulled
Jamie.
up on 4 different devices right now, so I'm doing my part.
Hey,
to help.
We're
perfect. Yeah,
sorry,
hold up everywhere.
Sonny. We're sorry.
Bye,
Chop
Sonny.
Shop has been canceled on YouTube. I'm sorry.
Oh, it says Chop Shop After
We didn't
Hours. I like
mean
that.
that.
Did you change it at some
Yeah, I
point to say
changed
After
it
Hours? I
After
love
about
that.
a little after 3. Yep.
You know that when you come on and you do merch for us, that I'm gonna come on and teach you how to do like overlays and shit, right?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I have a couple
Overlays.
overlays, but yeah. I don't
Yeah.
have, like, I mean,
Hey,
I've got
take
this
us out and
one
show. I
We love
it.
that one.
much.
and this one
We love
And that one.
I like that.
and this
What are you
one.
drinking, Bree? That's a
Yeah.
big can of
Ooh.
something. Ooh,
I like that one.
Ain't no laws.
It's pretty
in the
small if
American
you ask me.
clause. But it
It's
looks
small.
Just kidding.
Whoa.
I only drink White Claws around here.
LMH with the reach on that one.
Man.
With the reach on that.
Oh, by the way, guys, I forgot. I had important news to bestow upon you all.
Ooh,
What's
please,
that,
Big
man?
Willie.
What's up?
You're so wise.
It might
Breaking
happen.
news.
What might
Oh.
happen? You're gonna do
So-
Topless Tuesdays?
No, I can't do that just yet.
Oh.
Because
Oh.
there's a
Just yet.
reputation about.
Sorry, I was really
I know,
excited.
and I bring the eyebrow game now because this is gone. So like the eyebrow game could be like on point, but November Ben
magic
and that might
ball.
be like actually doing the whole like this place is dope. Like the middle, there's like a big house in the middle, and then there's all the mini houses around it, and then there's RV spots as well as camping spots.
Hold up.
In like
Wait.
Texas, for like the
Are you telling us we're going to a
beginning of
party?
November. If
buying the
everything
bitch.
gets set up, yeah.
Wait, you're
November.
buying it?
we
No.
Are we buying the
We're
Oh.
place?
camping. We're gonna go camping for like an extended like 4-day weekend or something, or 4 or 5
Okay,
days.
Hold on, wait. Is there like another second house? Because I
She doesn't like to share.
So it's not. Okay. So there's one really big, what would probably be like a general mutual area house, from my
And
understanding.
then little
from what-
small like cabins.
Then there's the mini houses, and then
Okay,
there's
that's
like you could
acceptable.
pull up an RV if you wanted, or you just pop a tent.
Okay.
Do what
Oh,
Chad
RV.
does: put a tent in the back of his truck and sleep in that. I mean,
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You're like
Inside.
60 degrees at that time,
Absolutely
or
not.
something in Texas.
Okay, so here's the thing. So,
In my
so
shorts.
me and
So
Bree are now
short.
inviting ourselves to your camping thing. You should have never said us around us because now we're gonna come.
Well, I think that we were supposed to. We just
You
started
invited the black-eyed
Oh, okay.
children.
Um,
I was like, we're coming.
also
H.
can I please get on the planning committee because I'm a planner and I can make this amazing.
You gotta take that up with Ben, but that might not be an all bad
Will
idea
do.
to take that off of his.
I was like,
plate.
she'll,
I can
she'll
just
have
see
no
her
problem
like
with
Because
that.
I flat
shoving
out
Ben
told
out of
him,
the
I was
way.
like, dude, let's
I plan.
let people
I'm
know
good
in
at that.
advance. Set up an
Let's
I'm a
event.
go.
fucking party planner.
Let's
Okay.
go. I'm in.
So,
We're good at
so
it.
wait a minute. So this event is going to be in Texas?
It will
Look,
be
you're
so
already
close
there,
to you,
Jojo.
It'll
Oh,
be so close
man.
to you.
Topless
Because
night.
you know, Ben and
Have
Way out
Joe
in
are
the
like,
country?
Tuesday.
they're like- Ben and Joe. I can almost look out my window and wave at them. You know, we're so close.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm,
shit.
I like it. Sounds like
Not
a party.
that I do. Not that I do, because that's kind of creepy.
Wait, we have
but
a
I
problem
could.
though. Nuh-uh, we have an issue. How's Chad gonna get there?
I'll
Chad and
drive.
I
I'll drive to Texas.
will- yeah, we'll drive each
How
other.
how far is Texas?
Me and
Or
Big
do you
Willie
have
are
a
gonna
car,
rent.
Chad?
We're gonna rent one of
You
those
have a
giant
car?
RVs and
Oh, yeah, yeah,
podcast
big
the whole
truck.
time.
Big Michigan
Chad,
Rob,
Chad,
Bigfoot Michigan
gives
Rob.
me Chad gives me
you-
big truck vibe, like what, like a big like Chevy, right? Maybe a Chevy.
That would be
Does have a
cool.
big
I have
Chad.
F-150.
You're,
Does
you're
he-
like you're like
Yeah.
a road trip show.
You have an
leading up to the
F-150?
camping trip.
He got the
Oh,
Ford
oh, was it a
Fucking
Ford?
race
He took the
you.
Ford. Oh yeah, is
You wanna
it
race?
the extended
I'll
cab
race you.
with the
It's crew cabs, 4-door.
four-door? Okay,
We're
okay, okay,
racing.
okay. Full bed.
Huh?
Full bed.
We're gonna
No,
carve out a
5.5 foot
racetrack,
bed.
and I'm gonna race everybody.
Oh, Chad.
Hey, it's
only
short
5.5
bed.
feet.
It's a
It's got
sport
girth.
truck.
Short bed.
but, you know.
Wow. Lifted.
And
Nope.
I'm thinking,
He's not that.
thinking
Mud
by
tires
then-
though. It's got mud tires.
That's good.
Okay.
That's that
I'm
would
thinking
be
by
small
then-
dick energy.
That's why I was asking
Uh-oh.
see if you had small dick
God.
energy.
Oh Lord, oh Lord,
Oh man.
oh.
Well, that's a good time to take a bathroom break.
Oh,
If anybody would like to
Bye,
also check out
Chad.
our Chad Smith podcast merch. Or...
Yeah. Check it
Is
out.
it
Well,
time to
but-
Yeah,
but-
give me
but-
money.
By this,
Damn, I
by
want
this,
one of those.
by this camping trip, we should
That's
all
nice.
be able to have our nipple rings by then.
Our nipples pierced, exactly.
No, I think
Never.
we're gonna do them there.
We're doing
Oh!
we're doing it at the
That's even-
campground. Yeah. Yeah.
Bree is an
100%.
outstanding planner, isn't she?
Yeah.
That's an
With-
outstanding idea.
Only
Bree.
doing it if you guys use like the fangs from the rattlesnakes down there straight through. That's good.
Oh
All right,
yeah.
let's do it. I'm in. I'm
Yeah.
dangerous.
Should we do
Do
the
it.
thing where we
So
hang
all
from the
natural
pole
piercings.
You
and
guys
do
don't
our vision
understand.
quest?
Like when me and Bree were like 17, 18 years old, we spent all of our time at tattoo shops getting like tattoos and piercings and stuff. Like that was our teenage, early adulthood. Like that's all we did.
I'm into
Remember
it.
that one time I got that piercing in Berkeley,
believe it.
and I accidentally
You all love
stretched
it.
my
You
nose
made too
hole.
much
That
there,
was a
guys.
mistake.
It was horrible.
I
I
got like a piercing for my nose, and then it stretched my nose hole so big, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I didn't mean to gauge my nose.
No, I can't. I'm leaving it alone.
my
bad.
nipples,
The third
My
Leave it alone.
nipples-
Leave it alone.
my nipples are
it
hard
alone.
right now. Just thinking about it.
Shatner level.
I want it so
Shatner
bad.
level.
That was for Shatner level,
Is that what
for
the
sure.
metallic scraping
We were-
sound was?
I thought we were
was
supposed to do something, Jamie.
What?
Oh.
Shatner.
What about
You guys have a Shatner interview?
Well,
No.
he used to have
No.
people, you know,
Maybe they just
twist
have a
his
thing where
nipples.
they try to
No
This is,
idea.
we'll review the Discord later.
I was like,
There's gonna be
I
a
do not
thing we're
remember.
gonna do.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
I know.
I smoke a lot of marijuana. I'm gonna be real with you. Can I show you like
You cannot do that and do a show. What are you,
you do that?
what are you
Yeah,
doing?
you can.
You're not supposed to.
Says whom? Says whom?
Acceptable.
Hold on, let me be sunny. Wait, let me be sunny.
I'm gonna tell my mom on you, and then
Stop
I'm
her
gonna tell
fetch.
you what she will call you up. And she,
Did you dabble in porn at all? Asking for a friend. Who is that
Did you
question
dabble in
toward?
porn at all?
Who is this for?
Who? Yeah, who?
very
Who's
broad,
the
Brad.
question
Yeah, those are-
toward?
Very
right,
broad
they've
question.
seen my body of work. Fine, yes.
I had an ex-boyfriend. I had an ex-boyfriend
got
once, like hit me up out of nowhere and tell me that he saw me in a porn, and he was like, "I know it was you. I know what your butt looks like. I know what your butthole looks like." And I was like, "Okay, send me the link."
Whoa.
And he like wouldn't send it, and I was
Send
like,
me the
"Okay,
link."
then how can it be me?" And he was like, "No, I know it's you. There was a mole that was there," and I was like, "Okay, buddy."
Mhm.
I was like, "All right, sure."
Every time we
Sounds
talk
like
to
real
Bree and
gentleman.
Jamie, we just
Do
learn
you
so
get that
much more
all the
about their
time,
butts.
though? It seems like that just
What's
that kind of
that?
harassment would just be just constant all the time.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
I heard
Who does the porn?
there was an internet butthole registry.
Is
we
there
could
really?
check the butthole registry.
There
It's
is
like a
a
fingerprint, right?
There's WikiFeet that's like where you
I
can rate
love-
people's feet, and there's pictures of
Is
their
there?
feet. Yeah, WikiFeet.
Yeah.
Love
Right.
that.
You guys don't know
I
about
like that.
WikiFeet?
Wiki
Yeah, I'm gonna put you guys on
Awesome.
WikiFeet.
I know it's you, Balloon Knot. Ooh.
Who's that? Who's it
That
with?
the handle they went by? Balloon Knot. That's a 1970. That's automatically going to be JoJo or Enzo at this point. Maybe early on
Confusion.
Spooky.
I know it's your
Maybe. Is
balloon
he
knot.
That's a balloon knot.
I have
Oh, you
no
know what that
idea.
means.
Your
Go Google
butthole,
that,
I would
Chad.
imagine.
Yeah, I think that's
Is your-
a butthole reference.
Yeah, you can get chocolate buttholes, like chocolate starfish.
If,
Yeah,
if it's if it's
Oh.
got kind of a balloon knot kind of look to it.
I could see
Oh, I
that.
like that. That's cute.
Cute.
Do you actually
So
see
big
it?
out. Oh, I feel excited now. What's happening?
What's happening?
Well, what's not to be
Oh,
excited
comment.
about?
Got weird feelings.
Oh my!
Oh my.
Do you guys ever wish that, like, when you were royally messing up, that John Cleese for the Serengeti would if he was just like enunciating or narrating your life while you're messing up, would you enjoy it more, or would it really piss you off?
And now for something completely different.
Exactly. Wouldn't you? You're just messing up, but you're like, all right, but it's kind of funny because he's doing
Just
this.
that quick take out of
Made
your
it
disaster to something else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Oh
I need
wow.
to know more.
You never know where the show is gonna go.
Hey,
Tell
I'm
me
keeping it in
more.
line
Neither
as
do
long
we.
as we're live.
Hey,
I
what's
try to keep
what's
it
the
in line.
date for November? Because like my birthday's on the 15th, so
Yeah, your birthday
Mine's
doesn't
on the
matter.
second.
So we're probably gonna.
Oh,
be
yeah, I know, but it
Whoa.
needs to.
Probably gonna,
Wow.
I don't know the exact date. I think he just said because Texas is hot, as JoJo can account. It
Yeah.
gets so hot there that they're
You can't do the
gravel
summertime,
tops.
yeah.
Yeah, we can't do that. The amount of natural fat that we store in our bodies at all times here in Michigan just to survive the winter.
We would literally
you
melt.
wouldn't too.
Literally.
You'd
We
melt.
would just be sweating blobs. It would make no sense. We would
You know
be-
what,
You guys would have
Chad?
just
I'd help
puddles of
pick you
fat
up,
lying
though.
everywhere.
I'd pick you up. I got you. Yeah.
There'd be a lot of weight to pick up. That's
Good.
a lot of weight.
Need a
That's like a
snowshoe.
I'm
giant
strong.
community effort.
I'm hella strong too.
Is
I
this
got
place
you.
like way out in the middle of nowhere, out in the desert someplace?
I don't know that either. I just know that this person, it normally would cost a lot, and the person gave.
Do you know
Ben
anything
a
about
good
it,
thumbs
or
up. I just know that they said that we have to sign a waiver, a legit waiver, that if we get abducted, that it's not on them. That's all I
Oh,
know.
that's fine.
that's
I
the
don't really
place.
know
I
where
remember
Way out
hearing
by
about
a
that.
state prison and a
It's
cemetery.
a fucking
and
setup. It's a
fauna.
fucking setup.
It's a
Setup,
total
yeah.
setup.
Yeah.
I seen that.
That's
movie.
right.
I seen that.
Do you work
movie.
for the government, Big Willie?
Conspiracy levels
Seen
are
that
already
movie.
there. I love that you guys are like, this is MIB. And
Are
this is
you a
my
plant?
labs
Are
right
you a
here.
plant?
Shit.
Oh,
Oh
speaking
my
of that,
god. No, it's the
Jamie,
fucking
Big
government
Willie's
trying
been
to get rid of
planted.
all of us. I know.
I know.
Big Willie's been planted the whole time.
I did it in
mean,
your
whatever.
chat too.
I know. I did it one
Glass is
time. And
defective.
she didn't like whatever. Hey, what was the name of that cave system
What?
you told me to look up? Because I'm going to do more research.
For what?
Bob, do you want
It's
to come on the
okay,
show,
be
bud?
gentle.
The ones in Tennessee or
I
Kentucky?
told you.
No, Mexico.
Oh,
Oh,
Mexico.
BJ.
Oh.
Ooh,
BW.
Enzo.
We told you to look up the
Caverns.
Dulce story.
Thank you.
Dulce.
And the best place to
Snyder's
get your
version or
information for
somebody
that
else's
would
version?
definitely be our podcast.
Never
We
the
did an
Myers version.
Excellent episode.
Do you remember your episode number?
It's called Dulce
Oh my
Disneyland.
God, Cassie.
Dulce
Dulce what?
Disneyland. Dulce
Dulce
Disneyland.
Disneyland? So
Because it's like the
Dulce
Disney.
is
in
It's.
California.
I think it's like the Disneyland of aliens.
It
There's
is.
like so much
So it's
happening. There's like
Dulce
the little there's like the
Disneyland.
little different worlds that you could visit. They all have their own rides.
Maybe that's what we should do.
Small
Maybe not an interview,
world
Jamie. Maybe we
after
should do Dulce Disneyland.
They keep
We should
losing
Dulce.
Thin
I love
Lizzy
Dulce.
tonight. She's dropped out like 8 times.
Where
at
is
least.
she? I love her. She's so
No, she's on the
pretty.
round table tonight with SOR, but
We
she just
do
like
have a
keeps trying to get
podcast,
in and out.
my
I don't
friend.
know why.
That one time I was abducted by aliens.
By aliens.
Oh, her internet connection's not working good?
We have a
know.
YouTube show also called That One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens, where we have literally 5 or 6 or 7 different shows.
Drop some links. Someone help us out here.
Yeah,
We should
you
be
guys have to
famous
drop 'em.
by
I'm not
now.
there. Yeah.
I don't know why we're
I'm
not.
sure. If I know Cassie, she's already on it. She's probably sitting there typing.
No,
Everybody
hers just
go
says young
download
chocolate
YouTube.
buttholes. The link is for chocolate buttholes, guys. Do not follow. Do
Oh
not
yeah,
follow
if you
us.
follow
Unless
the
you're
link
into that.
Cassie puts up, yeah, it's probably gonna take you to some chocolate
Is that
buttholes or
something
something.
you can
For
do
sure.
yourself? You know how they do
We
like the
do
Kelowna
have a show
Willies,
called
and they
Butt
do like
Stuff.
Kelowna butthole.
So there is butts there. You will see butts.
All right, so your question is, can you make your own butt mold out of chocolate?
butt mold. Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
100%.
make other
I'm
molds
sure
and
there's
send
probably-
those
For
as
Valentine's
chocolates?
Day, that's what you should get
So
your
I'm gonna say
imaginary
yeah.
husband.
With or without
Good
the Big Willie
Valentine's Day.
tattoo on the
Good
cheek?
idea, Jamie. Good idea.
Good idea.
Head of marketing.
Head of marketing over here.
Thumbs up
Man,
for the
I'm-
inside crowd.
Exactly. Thumbs up for those.
I'm learning so much on this
Disappointed
show.
by that so
Yeah, isn't that-
much.
this is
Stuff
where
I
you
didn't
learn.
even know.
so upset.
This is
Wow.
where we
So many
find things
people
out.
ruined.
Wait till it's not live anymore.
Mm.
Yeah,
It
then
gets
Big
real
Willie takes
crazy.
his fake beard off and then he lets wild.
It's true.
It's true. It comes off and then the voice changes. He's like, "Hey guys."
I turn off my software. I told you, Steve Buscemi comes out.
I think Bob Perkins is the only one watching us right now. Anyway, Bob,
Hi,
you
Bob.
want to just come on the show and hang out, and
got
then we can
our-
just
I get the
Shut it
Oh
feeling
down.
Jesus,
Bob
no!
watches.
He'll
You
be in
have
here
9
like plant
viewers. You have
eggs.
9 viewers.
We do have 9
Hey.
viewers.
Is that
Oh,
Bob
there's
Marley
people in
on
the
your
chat.
shirt?
We got R Baller 4518, Hardcore Couple, Hardcore Copper. We got all kinds of
Hardcore
Hardcore
couple.
copper.
Hardcore couple.
Hang on, let
I
me
like
fix that.
hardcore couple. That's dope.
I just want to
That's a
let you
good
guys
name.
know that I got a brand new chair today to sit in, and it was made for a person who's 300 pounds plus, and it's so big and comfortable, and it's like an office chair, and I love it so much.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sitting
called a
criss-
sofa.
I'm sitting crisscross. No, it's like an office chair. I could like move and roll around.
It's called my
what I
chair,
had to
what I'm
do.
using right
And
now.
it's super
Thanks.
big, and I love it. Do you have a big one, Willie?
Oh yeah, I had to get a big one.
It's
Jesus.
so big.
Big
I feel so
Willie?
small in it. I'm like, yes.
When I first got mine,
Wow.
I was just about 380 when
Peppa
I first got my
H.
first chair. So I was like,
Yes.
I mean, I've gotten healthier-ish now. Jojo and I are both on a workout routine.
Yeah,
we're getting
we are,
there. You've been there, right? We've done that. The 2s and 3s, they weigh. Dude,
I'm back in keto.
You know, Big Willie, I don't know about you, but I'm
Chad, you're on
tired
keto.
I-
You are. What do you eat? In daily
Go
life.
ahead,
what's your
Jojo.
daily-
Meat and
Hit-
cheese.
Let us know.
This is JoJo's show. JoJo's show.
I
Meat
don't
and
know
cheese.
about
for
Big
you.
Willie, but I'm getting kind of tired of Chippendales bugging me now.
I'll make you
How about you,
snacks.
Big Willie? You know what I'm saying?
Chippendales
Chris
is
Farley
bugging you?
Dad bod is
They won't leave you alone, dude?
Yeah, well, you know, they
Like,
know
that's
we're- they know Big Willie and I are taking the pounds off.
You should always stream
and
like that,
They won't
Jamie.
bother us.
It's because, yeah, that's the thing now. Dad bods are in, so you're going to get a lot more attention.
completely
Dang.
lose it. That's why I shaved the
Dad
head,
bought this?
made sure the beard was there, getting the body
that's
somewhat in
fine.
there, but I got to leave a little bit of stomach. There's got a little
You
bit
do,
of huskiness.
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, it's coming back, right? So you're saying
It's coming back.
having one good ab is coming back. One
That's right.
really good ab.
Sure.
That's right.
You need to show
Mono
them a
ab.
little room for
You guys,
improvement.
you guys know
Mono
those
ab.
stickers that the guys have on the back of their trucks where it's the like the naked girls and they're like it's the silhouettes of them and they're like, you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So I
Yep.
used to have those on my car, but they were fat dudes.
I have seen the one
That's
with the fat
awesome.
guy, and he's like backwards.
And
So
he's
Jamie-
backwards, yeah.
Jamie's into the fat dudes. Is that your
100%.
100%.
She
Hundred
did say she
percent.
was a chubby chaser.
You
better
know it,
watch her,
girl.
Jojo.
You know it.
100%.
She said,
100%.
That's right.
100%.
Spooky's
100%.
just like,
Yeah, you know.
I like to feed people. I like to cook.
oh
Yeah.
my god! Oh, you went
That's a
off
good
my
word.
head the minute you said that. What was
And
that
Jamie-
awful movie? The Walrus,
Jamie.
like where he like.
Oh my God, I know
sewed
what you're
in-
talking about.
He sewed in the.
So in the teeth. And they're talking about
Yes, what is that
tusks.
called?
Yeah.
Tusk.
It's Tusk.
Oh my god.
Kevin Smith.
Are you guys confused?
And-
Because I am.
Jamie, have you ever
Yes.
had a
Are we what?
fat dude in the sack?
Yeah, that's like
would you say
mostly
pretty
what I
much?
date. Yeah.
Oh
It's
yeah,
hot.
Yeah.
you
I will
know
say
it,
no.
I've
baby.
never. I
And
haven't. I'm
I
sad.
do-
I'm missing
I
out.
do have a life partner though. I am like not single, but I am I just aggressively flirt with everyone. It's just my personality. But I do.
Okay.
I'm like very
You
happy
do have
with
a partner.
someone. I do have a partner. Yes.
It-
I'm not allowed to
it-
call him my husband because we're not married, and Bree gets all fucking mad about it. She's like,
Correct.
"Put the
Okay.
fucking ring on the finger."
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's only 79 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had one on each side of my car
No,
when I
go
had my
look up what
Bronco.
it is for the lady. If the same image, see if it's a sheep. Because I guarantee you, there's no way it's a
20
sheep.
inch wide.
Put that on a t-shirt.
I
Oh,
totally love the hat.
Ooh.
too.
Or
hat
the Chad Smith
makeup.
podcast with that on it.
Love that.
That's
Chad Smith
awesome.
podcast.
Across the
Right.
cheek.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
It
don't
has to be
think
across
so.
Oh,
the
right
cheek.
on the butt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know
Oh
what's
my
weird about
God.
that? And not that it's a bad thing, but there's this thing where like, so not all ladies, because not everything, you know, my wife very much so that body type, that's her thing, right? But you know how like most men for whatever reason universally agree that the what is it called the 50s style, what was that 50s 40s style for ladies? There's a term for this, the bombshell era.
like a pinup.
Like a pinup.
The
But it's,
pinup, yeah. There's another term they use for
yeah.
this though. Is it bombshell or like radio something?
Voluptuous.
Anyways, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? You know what look I'm talking about? Most men, for
Yeah,
whatever
that-
reason, find that
they-
universally attractive.
They had the curvy thing going on, but
Yeah.
you know what I
But
mean? Maybe
it's
a
like-
couple extra pounds, but very well placed.
Yeah.
Kinda
Like the
curvy.
nose art on the World War II bombers, that kind of
Yeah.
thing.
I love the Peppa H is like Enzo is like WTF.
Enzo's the one that
Enzo's
sent me that
hanging in
sticker. He's
there.
not saying
Yeah,
no.
that was. I put that up there.
Into it. You guys are know.
Be surprised.
You would be surprised. I agree.
I am so excited by this show.
He's nasty.
How could you not be after that picture?
I mean, I keep
Can we show
pounding the
flat Earth
table.
again? Or fat Earth?
Dude,
Fatter.
Say,
Fatter.
curves. Look
Yeah.
at this.
She's got
Yeah.
curves.
I have her upstairs
There
right
you
now.
go. Oh, yeah,
She's on
there
a
we
shirt
go.
for me. Look
yeah, I
at,
at
can't
everyone
believe
in
you got
there.
that shirt. That's
look at the
awesome.
curvature, the
Everyone's talking about
circumference of that
something.
derriere. That's amazing.
Derriere.
The
Oh,
I keep telling
yeah.
Ben and Joe that we need, and Jojo, you should do this too. I keep trying to
What's
say
that?
that we all need to make a calendar for 2023, like the different podcasts, and we each get a month, and we could do like a what is it called, a boudoir? What's the shoot called? I don't know what the
Boudoir.
Oh,
Boudoir, thank you.
Yeah.
It would
we're in.
be. We're
We're into
talking.
it.
I've got it.
Right.
The men of paranormal.
But ladies
I
could do
love
it if they
that.
wanted to. Bree, whatever that choking yourself thing was that you.
Bree's already into it. She's
Oh,
like,
She
yes.
really was. She was
So
like
into
really
it.
into that.
She's got to plot it all out already.
Mm-hmm.
Who's going to be on there?
She'd be head of our marketing campaign. But I was saying, there's enough people.
It's like, you know that we'll show up naked anywhere. We literally have.
I mean,
Well,
that's
I'm
a-
there.
hey,
I'm there
We,
now.
we literally have.
I'm
She's
there now.
that's a new link that's gotten dropped in the chat. That's a new
What?
one.
What's that? Oh,
Sister 19 LOL.
dot online.
Oh.
Don't click
Oh.
it. Don't click it.
Okay. Click it to see Bree.
Click it to see Bree.
Oh, no.
I'm not free. Thank you very much.
recognize your butthole.
Bob
Jeez,
Birkins
that's
is
such
just an ancient puppet. Okay,
Really?
he's just an ancient male puppet, right?
Hey, what's Bob's real name though? Right? We've talked about this.
Julius Caesar.
Awesome paranormal YouTube channel that has everything paranormal, chat, jokes, and sex talk. Awesome.
We do it all here, okay?
Hardcore Copper. Were you
Cara
on
Ubin,
Cassie's
Ontario with
chat?
Derek.
Was
It's
she on
after dark.
Sorry.
You know what's really fucking weird? We
Huh.
all discovered each other on the internet on these kind of
That
shows.
is so weird. Yes, yes.
Within
the
let's
last year.
Marvel.
Yeah, and we've
Nipples
come
are also kind
together.
of weird.
We've self-organized.
You know what I think
Come
it is, JoJo?
together.
You ever watch People of Earth?
Right now.
See that comment, Chad, in the chat?
Over me.
Para Urban Ontario with Derek.
This one?
Awesome. A paranormal YouTube channel that has everything paranormal
You are-
chat, jokes,
okay.
and sex talk. Awesome. Laugh out loud.
I just said that.
I love
I
that.
Oh, yeah,
Just did that one.
Why
Tony
does the
Wab After
camera
Dark.
look so big in her hand?
Tony
Tony
Waba.
Wab After Dark.
Like everything in her room is just plus sized. It's ridiculous. Bree.
Me?
She's very small. That's why she's like a little mouse.
She must.
She's only
be.
like 4'7".
Oh my gosh,
No,
she's
I'm
legally
not.
a little person then, right?
4
I'm
4'9"
not.
and under.
Is
Oh,
that why
I'm
the orbs look so big when they zip
6'9".
by her head?
She's not.
Oh boy.
6'9".
Would you
How
guys
tall are
be
you, Bree?
surprised? No,
How
I'm
tall
not.
are you?
I'm 5'6".
Don't you have a picture,
tall.
Jamie?
5'6".
Jamie, share that picture
Yes.
of you guys at the Renaissance
You're
Fair. Where you were
5'6"
like
sitting down
she
in
was
that
trying to
chair.
kiss your face, and you were like all into it, and she was not. Or wait, no, she
No,
was
no,
into it.
oh, yeah.
You
Yeah,
were
I
having
wasn't.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Okay, I'll pull it
How
up.
did
That's
Hold
me.
on.
Every
Who
time I
took
get
the-
drunk, I just
Who
want to
took
kiss
the picture,
everybody.
though? Who took the
Bree's
picture?
fake husband. Bree's fake husband.
Fake.
My real husband.
Fake
Why,
husband.
why is it fake? There's
Josh
a
is
story
used to
here.
it. Josh
Because
is
we've
used
never
to
seen
it.
him.
Where
He's
is
very
Josh?
used to it.
You know what?
Oh, the other Josh.
Oh my
So-
god, what if that's the long con? We've really never seen him, guys.
So I'm saying.
He's handed
So-
her drinks.
Bree has a pretend husband, you're saying?
That's what I think, yeah.
A
I
pretend
don't know where that picture is. It's not on the website.
A hologram this entire time.
Oh, I don't know where to find it.
That's all good.
I have no.
I think Bree was the one who showed it. I think she had
there's
it,
no
not
reason
me.
for a fake husband.
Para-urban Ontario with Derek. I can twerk. But
I
can
would
you work
be-
while you twerk?
I would be
I'm 5 foot.
way
I'm
off
That's the
5 foot
question.
1.
If I didn't have a
Let me see if
husband,
I
I
can
would be
find it.
I can
fucking.
twerk,
Woo!
I can twerk.
We wouldn't even know where I was. I would be somewhere else on the streets. I'd be wild.
Would you?
What?
Stray cat.
What?
Stray cat.
Wait a minute. Backtrack just a little bit because I lost
Excuse me,
track. Why
go
would we
back.
not know
Rewind.
rewind?
What?
Mud flap.
What?
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 Mud flaps?
Who?
Yeah, I remember. Okay, I do remember us all
Who?
singing. Okay, I didn't sing, but yes, you guys all sang.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna
Mud
sing?
flap?
Talking
Different
to.
names that night. Oh, in the chat. Sorry. Hardcore
Yeah, I'm
cover.
confused.
I apologize, guys.
Mud chat. We're gonna sing.
The voices in my head
What?
said this is great.
Spooky.
Oh, you guys switched your background. That's really fancy of you.
Yeah, Spooky
Do you have
has his
anything
own.
else? Do you have like other backgrounds?
Taking you on an astral projection.
Paranormal chop shop?
Come on.
Look at that.
man.
Look at
limit,
that
I
key. Push that key in. Put it in the hole all the way. Look, it's just
Oh
the
my-
tip right
oh
here.
my
Put it
God.
in.
Put it in
It's
there.
still Santa Claus time with that one. Remember when we did that one?
We got that one.
Chad designed that himself.
Spooky Morales. We got this one.
Come together.
Ooh.
Free candy in this van.
Keep it weird with 0% financing.
I mean, who wouldn't trust a ride in that?
Oh my god.
Nobody.
Man,
Get in the van.
that's when we hung out.
Actually, that one's pretty. I like that one.
A couple
I like
Saturdays ago. Made that one. Yeah. Then you got this one.
Ah,
I love
Have
that.
you seen it when they put the tattoos
That
on
one
him?
always gets you to laugh, man.
Because they fluff those nipples hard before you took that
They
picture.
fluff them up, do they?
Right
fluffing
now.
nipples. It's like a fluffing nutter,
Oh.
but
a
you don't
fluff
get to
and
swallow
nutter.
it, I
I
guess.
haven't heard that in a
Wait,
long
look at-
time.
I share the show out on Facebook, and then we get less people in here. They're like, "Oh,
Why? Like we're not
On
into this.
Facebook?
what?"
They're like fuck this shit.
Well, I
they're like,
mean,
get out.
Tonight's
Time to
the
Who goes to Facebook?
Two nights, the night. What?
yeah. What
That's
do you guys
old
think
song.
about this though? I mean, wow, this is definitely stealing a topic. I don't know, but the
Take
whole
it.
the TT. I'm literally looking at the screen right now. The TTSA thing, the whole like
We just talked
nights-
about that.
Nights out. Yeah. So what are you thinking?
I
Told
don't,
you so. Told you
Let
so.
me just tell you guys. I just asked the
Told you
question. I'm
so.
going to answer the question.
Told everybody so.
I don't see the big deal personally.
Catch me up! Catch me up! Catch me up! What's going on?
Chad, basically, there was a
They
chocolate
dropped
butthole
the
to start with.
Academy big fucking deal. Whoa.
Oh, they dropped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're
like
now they're
all
just-
the
calling
videos
it, and I
they're gonna do.
To the stars
still, like-
media.
But that's still like they could have. I would be shocked if they were like, we're no longer a thing, but they're still a thing. It's just
Like everybody still works there.
Well, I work for To the Farts Academy,
Oh, I
Yup.
so as
love
long as
that.
it doesn't affect my
And we
job.
produce masturbation
We know.
propulsion, which is a big deal.
Right.
People don't pay
Yeah.
enough attention to that. He's talking about Fitbits have aliens. Listen, Fitbits could power you to other planetary systems.
Right.
If
Not
you
just the Fitbit.
get enough in the tank, you can get yourself there.
Yep.
And we're really...
You get your steps in.
What
you
do
can
you-
make it to Alpha Centauri.
And so I appreciate that you recognized that so much. I appreciate you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
JoJo's like,
It's
I was
good to feel
invited onto this
appreciated.
really weird show, and then they just started talking about chocolate buttholes.
It's like
and I don't
random
know.
people on the screen, and then it like
was all
turned
fun
into
and games when I
buttholes
was
and
talking about the
nipples. Yeah.
studs in my nipples, but now it's
Yeah.
just weird.
Yeah.
We started off all legit and everything, trying to be all profesh.
You
I'm
started.
still way back on balloon knot buttholes.
Oh,
I am. I'm
You got stuck on
back
that one.
there. I'm way back there.
need to rewind.
You got stuck on that one.
I lost StreamYard.
Zenze Bill. Excuse me, I apologize. It's always good to see you.
I don't know where you guys are.
Oh,
Zenza
still
Bill's
sound
in
good.
Charts. That got it.
Zenzabil's in here. To the Sharts
Yeah.
Academy.
Oh,
Hey,
Sure.
honestly
Yeah.
though, you
Like
guys
that.
tell me you wouldn't want to just like chill out with Tom DeLonge. Just like, come on,
yeah,
afternoon,
I
would.
just
Of course.
to chill.
Yeah.
There you are.
Ooh, Jamie's
Yes, I
not
found you.
feeling it. Jamie, he's got like a little bit of a belly now. Like he's been
She's
eating a lot of ramen noodles.
Salty.
I'm not
Yeah.
super into him. I'm like not.
Makes no sense.
I like who I like, and I don't like who I don't like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just not into
No.
him. No. Bree can go hang out with him. That's why there's multiple of us. She can go and talk to him and hang out and tell me all about it.
Yeah, that's the beauty of,
Yeah.
freedom.
And I'll go
Whatever
hang
you
out
wanna
with
do.
Chad. And,
Have you guys
and
ever
Spooky.
watched his original, like, I mean, before it was a thing? Like, his original, like, pouring his heart and soul
TTSA.
out in that video about before TTSA was a thing? Do you think that that was, like, legit? Like, back then, I think he was just us, like, what we're doing.
No,
And then they got
I
a hold of him for his name and ran with it.
kind of think he
remember.
was.
I remember getting ready for work. It was live. I watched it live, getting ready for work, and I was like,
What life do you live that you were like that in tune? You're like, Tom DeLonge is giving a freaking press conference right now.
We've been doing this a while. We've been doing this alien stuff for like 5 years now. Like shit, it's been a long time, and she's been looking into it even before that.
If this would happen, I was doing it. Not like this, but I was in the scene longer than that. So think of it. If it happened now, you would be watching it live.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nah.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. So I was.
Do you guys have like?
I was like,
do you guys have like a bio anywhere where you talk about like what you've done and how long you've been doing it and?
We have like a website. We have a website.
Marketing.
That one time I was abducted by aliens.com.
And it literally gone on that one time I was abducted.
One time I was abducted by aliens.com.
So we want to know all about your turn-ons and turn-offs.
I didn't.
And I'm sure that's on your bio.
Yes.
We're not even.
Let's play yes or no. Let's play yes or no. You can guess their
Okay.
turn-ons, and I'll say yes or no.
No.
Hey, Chad.
Oh no.
It's really close to the backstage time.
It's been a 4-hour
All right,
stream.
well, let's start out right at the beginning,
There you
okay?
go.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Read
Okay.
on it. Chad,
Yes or
you
no?
read it. Read it in your
Yes
sexy
or
It's
no?
actually embarrassing.
I don't have a
go
sexy
for it.
voice.
Chad, read it in your freaking sexy voice that you send to me sometimes. Do it.
We are both experiencers, but didn't share that with each other until 8 years after something. 8 years had passed. Oddly enough, it was at the exact same time. And I can't. What?
You keep going. I'm not.
I got to
finished.
bring it
Keep
up
going.
onto a different screen because I can barely see this.
You graduated high school. You could do it.
Oddly enough, it was at the exact same point in time, which led us down a path of discovering the layers of the UFO and abduction phenomenon. We were fascinated that such an experience caused us to keep a secret from each other without knowing that the other was going through the exact same strangeness, the same high strangeness. That further sent us down a rabbit hole of realizing the effects this phenomenon can have on a person's mind, body, and soul. That was the catalyst for starting our podcast. We are on a mission. I just want to say it so bad. We're on a
From
mission
God.
from God.
God.
We are on a
Like we're on a
mission
mission
to
from
further
God.
normalize the subject. We joke around, get sidetracked by songs, may be inappropriate all the time,
Can we stop?
But we are
actually should
informative.
rewrite this. I'm actually feeling embarrassed.
and educated on the
Oh,
entire
I
UFO
love it.
subject.
It's so
Ultimately,
right on.
we are
It's
just
spot
keeping
on.
it real, baby. We're keeping it real. If this sounds like your vibe,
Keeping it
come
real.
vibe in our tribe, baby.
Keeping it
Who I
real.
like how you rhymed that at the
who
end.
wrote
like,
that,
vibe,
Bree?
Vibe, tribe,
Bree.
vibe.
Bree
That
wrote
was
that.
sick.
It's awesome.
Who is Pat?
That's the
Rion, though?
essence of the show,
That's
man.
our
You got
Patreon
it.
account. Yeah, we have our whole little website there. Episodes, YouTube, Bobby's Crypto Corner, all sorts of shit.
Nice.
Very
It's on photos.
Go for it.
I thank you for sharing your
boy.
bio.
What?
Mhm.
Wait, no. Time out. Go back up top right now.
Yeah, Giorgio.
What?
That's what we look like
there
when
he
we
is.
first started out.
What is happening with the hair? Are you? How old were you guys? Why do you look like you're
This was-
You look like you're getting ready to go out of middle school to high school.
That was like when
What
this
is-
was like 5 years ago.
Oh my god.
You're like 30.
There's
Sorry.
George
Hey,
Nori.
hold on.
Look at
That
these
was my
pictures.
pretend husband.
That's me. Oh my
That was
gosh.
my pretend husband was up there. See?
Where? Where?
It's real.
Yeah.
Where was I?
There's
swear I saw
Mike.
him.
There's Mike.
Wait. Scroll back up for a second.
The one in the red is me. Yes, I know it looks nothing like
Not
me.
yet. No. That's not what I'm
Oh,
talking
I was
about.
like, that looks nothing like me. I know, but it is me.
I was going to ask if this was pre or post nacho stealing from.
This was
Wow.
one of the nights that he stole my
I have
nachos.
yours.
Why
Yes.
does George
I
look
believe
so
you can
messed
actually
up on
see
that
the
left
nachos in the
picture?
background because he is.
No.
He does.
He's so
I have-
overstyled. I mean, his hair.
I
and
have
his
other
mustache
pictures
are
sitting
too dark.
on his lap.
Yeah, Bree has
on
more.
both of
It's
their
from
laps.
soy sauce.
Yeah, George looked like he was smoking a doobie down by the river, doesn't he?
Down by the river.
Down by the river.
Living in a van down by the river.
Jamie,
There's
we
a-
need
What
to
was
read
this
this.
for?
Killing
That's the
me.
Renaissance Fair. So every year for my birthday, we go to the Renaissance Fair.
Those
Oh,
Renaissance
man.
fairs, though. Chad, you ever been to the big one out here?
No, I haven't, but I've
I'm
heard a lot
obsessed with
about it.
going. Yeah.
You guys are fun.
We have
We
a
are
huge
fun.
one here in Detroit.
We do a
I
lot
love
of
you guys so
before
much. I can't
before
believe it.
freaking COVID, we used to do tons of stuff. I would like it to go back to normal so we can go back to doing that shit.
Wouldn't we
George
all?
looks like he's a good one.
Yeah,
George,
Detroit's
I think's
got a pretty
cool
big
guy.
Renaissance festival.
George's a cool guy. George did the opening of our podcast.
No,
Did
not
he?
George Nori, Giorgio.
Oh,
Giorgio's
Giorgio.
too
There's about
close. Does the
Giorgio.
intro
I'm
to
so
our
used to
podcast.
everyone
I
calling him
don't
George.
think he-
You're listening to. Yeah, I like that when he comes on there and.
He has a
I
good
was like,
voice.
I wonder if I can
You know
get
the people, man.
JoJo to do that for Paranormal Chop Shop.
Good luck.
We have 60
luck.
seconds.
Good luck. 60 seconds.
We have
Perfect.
60 seconds left on the
Until we
show.
go to the backstage where the
Because we
real
go to the
party's
backstage.
at.
They
Yeah.
cap it out at 4.
So everybody,
4
thank
hours?
you so much for hanging out with us over here on Paranormal Chop Shop this week. You guys have been
There's still
excellent.
people watching.
Subscribe.
There are people watching. 11 people.
Unbelievable.
still.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hardcore.
You
Carter
guys
was
have
wanting
been
the link to
awesome.
come out.
Fans.
11 more people that got nothing to do on a Friday night.
Yeah,
Just
we all
like
bang
us.
there,
watch
Jamie.
That's the way you
favorite
build the
people.
subscribers.
just the way we
That's it.
like it.
Put on a
Perfect
brave
advertising.
face. You
Got
can
it.
do it.
GM Perg, what's that mean? Good morning.
Good morning.
Perg.
Good morning,
To
Perg.
purgatory, maybe?
Purgatory.
People under
Like, yeah,
rugged graves.
Morning,
I
purgatory.
got nothing.
Oh boy, this is where it really takes a dive.
Good night, Cassie. Love
what's
you.
up, dude?
Please
Bye.
sub.
Brassel.
depends.
He's
Neighbors.
fucking with you, motherfucker. Look at nice in the
Brassel.
backyard. Let's go.
Brody wants to send you a thing, Brassel.
Who do we have beef with? Someone's here. We have beef with.
Raffle, because when I come in the morning on Chad's show, he's like,
Mhm.
oh, Jamie's here. She wants attention. And I'm like, oh, okay, you want
Uh-oh.
fighting words? You want fighting words, sir? Let's go.
Oh,
That sounds about right. I side with him.
Fuck off,
oh
Bree.
my god. All right, we'll see you guys next time on the Paranormal Chop Shop. Peace.
Peace. Smoke weed.